Duval County's COVID-19 community level is currently designated as high. The CDC currently recommends indoor mask wearing for all individuals. Thank you for taking the time to join us and for your interest in the operation of the Duval County Public Schools. Item number 2, we are going to approve a board member participation electronic. It's in keeping with board policy. Pursuant to board policy 2.26, board members may attend board meetings and participate and vote through the use of interactive video and or telephone system. Such participation is allowable under board policy, again, 2.26, as board member Anderson has good cause for her absence due to illness of self or a family member. And so that being said, that the Duval County School Board approved the participation of board member Elizabeth Anderson via interactive video and or telephone systems. I ask for a motion.
Move approval.
Second.
Second.
A motion is moved by board member Jones and seconded by board member Hershey. Is there any discussion? I ask for your vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It passes 4-0. By your action, you have approved the item, and we're going to take a moment to bring her in by Teams. I think we've got her close to ready. Is she there? Bring her up.
She's there. She's there.
She's good? We're good? All right, thank you. We appreciate your help. This morning we have multiple topics to be discussed. Admin relocation, strategic plan review, superintendent evaluation, MFP, Chafee 6-8, and governance. For the purposes of organization of the meeting, do want to let you know that we are going to move strategic plan review to first because we have another person who needs to be there for that first item who is also slightly delayed. So that being said, I'll turn it over to Dr. Green.
Good morning. You all should have the PowerPoints of all the presentations this morning. There will be multiple speakers for the Achieve 26 strategic plan review. As we start the presentation on Achieve 26 strategic priorities, I thought it was important to first open up with some of the points of pride that occurred over this past school year. You know that we opened up as a very difficult school year. When people asked me about last year, I said this is probably the most challenging school year of my entire career. And I've been through a lot of things, but last year definitely was one of the most difficult. But even in the midst of that difficulty, the district achieved great things. And you will see through the presentation that I really thought we weren't going to meet any of our benchmarks, but we actually fared better than I could have hoped for. But I want to open up with some points of pride. I don't know who's running the PowerPoint.
That's me.
We can go to the next slide.
Okay.
Well, that's not the first slide.
No. Just a second. Technical difficulties.
Yeah. So, some points of pride is last year we were the first district in the state to offer our students comprehensive telehealth care in school and out of school through Hazel Health. This year we are really excited that they have been out in the schools during pre-planning and really setting up our clinics to again offer telehealth, whether students or families want to take advantage of that at home or when their children are in school. We were very excited to have 2 groundbreakings last year with Rutledge Pearson and Fort Caroline. If you drive by Rutledge Pearson, you will no longer see Rutledge Pearson. It is just ground. They're starting to now work on rebuilding the brand new Rutledge Pearson. We had 30 schools designated as schools of excellence by the Florida Department of Education. We also hosted an international STEM visit at our first district-wide STEM lab. We're very excited that the STEM lab will be in operation for this upcoming school year. I'm sure you will get an invite to stop by the STEM lab. 100% of our student schools that received a D and it says or F, but we did not have any F schools in 18-19 received a C or higher, which also led that we had no schools in external operator status. 78% of all of our schools showed growth compared to the 18-19 school year. And as far as it relates to the master facility plan, we promised that we would have safety and security upgrades completed in the first 3 years of the half-cent sales tax. And we are well on our way of meeting that goal. Well over 40 projects are already in some phase of planning and design to completion. So we still accomplished a lot last year, even though there were a number of challenges that we faced. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paula Renfro. She will, each section, someone will address that slide. What we are sharing today is our data related to the benchmark of the first year of this 5-year plan.
Good morning. So this is truly a reflection. There'll be a time when we'll speak to what is going to happen as a result, but just wanted to look at an overview of goal 1, which was improving from the bottom quartile of FSA reading and writing performance in 2019 to the top quartile. So our target for the 21-22 school year was 27%. That gave us a MET as our end of year data, as you can see, shows 28%. When you look at K through 2 literacy growth and elementary reading proficiency and middle school reading proficiency, you see in those 2 cells with K through 2 in elementary, although we made growth, which we're very proud of during, as Dr. Green said, a very difficult school year, we didn't hit our targets. And in middle school was one area where we did not fall where we hoped we would have fallen. We had updated curriculum guides, but we also had an exponentially higher number of substitute teachers. We also had we switched to virtual planning PDs during the last hour of those early dismissal days and tried various types of virtual planning PD to impact that continued growth last year. But we know that we have some changes that we've implemented for the upcoming year to make those curriculum guides not only a resource, but something that the teachers are so excited to use because of the quality and the ease of using them.
Okay, we're gonna transition to goal 2.
So goal 2 is on school grades. And as you can see, not reading the goals to you, but our statements and what we were trying to achieve, obviously we're to move our schools to the A, B, and C range to have no D or F schools in our district. And at the end of our school year, we did meet that goal. We had 93% of our schools falling into the A, B, or C range. So we're extremely excited about that. Also regarding our D and F schools, for them to have met 2 out of the 3 areas when we do our 4-step process, and each one of these schools, as was talked about in our points of pride, did meet this because all of our schools that were previously in 18-19 that were a D, we didn't have any Fs, but were a D or an F, made a C or higher. So they did meet this goal, so we were 100% there. Regarding increased total percent of school points, 78%, again, recognizing points of pride, 78% of our schools made growth compared to 18-19 because again, we feel like that was our true litmus test, is can we make movement from 18-19 when that was our last, I'll say normal school grade year. So we're extremely excited about the progress and the success. We attribute that to virtual PD and accommodations for our teachers. Even during the times where we had to to provide instruction remotely, I feel like that the team, Ms. Renfro's team, as being as proactive as they were, definitely ensured that our students did not fall backwards as much as the national trend, and so that definitely helped us. Also, last year we implemented our tutoring modules. We've had tutoring in the past, but we did not provide a resource for our teachers to utilize to help have to maintain their focus on instruction and what that looks like. And last year we put that in place, and we do think that made an extreme difference for all of our students that were required to do tutoring. That's the other piece too that we did make sure that by utilizing our 4-step process with all schools last year, that this assisted us in identifying those that needed tutoring and that were in intervention classes as well. And then as you can see for the MTSS process, and again, speaking to the 4-step process being implemented across the board, are some reasons that we believe that we were able to accomplish these 3 elements of the goal.
Mr. Wright.
And as you all are aware, goal 3 is the goal regarding our soft skill credentialing process, and was in development over the last year. We'll actually have baseline data at the end of the 22-23 school year. Later in the presentation, you'll see a timeline for the year, but just wanted to share with you now that we have been able to establish a data sharing agreement with Florida Ready to Work with a clever integration, so students will have single sign-on and be able to log in with ease. Our badging process is under development with Focus, so that when we move that Florida Ready to Work data into Focus, students will receive badges on their Focus accounts, and we'll be testing that soon. So definitely making progress. This year we had roughly 200 students take some of the assessments last year just to pilot and have a soft launch to make sure teachers could navigate the platforms with ease, as well as students to see what type of barriers may exist this year. And we really had quite a bit of success through that process. In fact, Florida Ready to Work had a pilot with us that for every student that earned the soft skill credential last year, they provided $10 to the school. So for every student that went to the principal discretionary fund. So we've really established a great partnership with Florida Ready to Work and have identified a menu of options for those capstone experiences. But I know throughout the year, our teachers will have even more great ideas for students to participate in than what we've come up with, and that list will continue to grow throughout the year, as we didn't want it to be just a generic check in the box, but really an authentic opportunity for students to show that they've mastered those skills identified within the school. And goal 4, we've really made a lot of progress with our career technical education academies. Last year was really the first full year that we implemented this process, and schools have done a great job, school leaders have done a great job learning about this process and implementing it within their CTE programs. But in 2021, 59% of our CTE academies were at the novice level. Our target was for 75% to be at novice or above, and our end of year results were that 50% were at novice, 23% became advanced, 12% at that master level, so for a total of 85% of the academies being at novice or higher. Then the CTE program completers, we did not meet that target. This is a target that will take time to build out as it pertains to students graduating with 2 or more CTE classes in the same progression. So we look to see this improve over time while we continue to improve our academies. The industry certification data was met this year, and the CTE students completing their first CTE course with a C or higher, we did not meet that 89%, we remained at that 88%. So that'll be an area in which we look to improve this year, but 88% remaining, there's a high number of students earning a C or higher, we just didn't increase it over the last year.
So I get the joy of sharing with you how we're doing with highly effective teachers. You made it a priority to keep your highly effective teachers. And so we continue to decrease the number of resignations for those. I think a good piece of that is not only the support that they are receiving, but also the fact that they still receive a $2,000 salary increase instead of a $1,000. So you've continued to fund the fact that that they are highly effective and they appreciate and value that. And so we also decreased, of those who did resign, they are not indicating that they are feeling a lack of support, which is really great work by the entire team, principals and district support staff. The piece that we're not nailing right now is the conditional offer. So we go out and we recruit, but when I'm sitting at the table, it's really hard because other districts are offering relocation costs to help with the cost of moving, and I'm not able to meet that need yet. So until we can go offer something, and please know we're working with business partners and JPEP and those sorts of things to come up with some innovative ideas to further help with that piece.
The next up is fiscal transparency, and this really ties back to the master facility plan. Obviously, the goal would be fiscally transparent and communicate. The first measure, PM1, that's really about implementing and funding projects per the original donut distribution. Many of you recall how we laid that out. And you had a specific percentage going into each board member district over 15 years. And then we broke phase one into those same exact percentages. So when we implemented phase one, we would synchronize. And this metric tracks us through those 5 years so that we come out with those same percentages. To date, we're at 101%, and that's really driven, the big changes occurred in District 1, you had Fort Caroline, that was more expensive, that went up. Within District 4, we pulled Lake Forest out, which took us down. When Rebalt awards, you're gonna go back up. And so those are the kind of changes that we had overall, but we're still within 1%. And we'll be reporting that each time. The goal, again, at the end of the 5 years, when we're done funding and implementing, that we matched donut from original. So you know that as a board member, you got the percent of the master facility plan you expected to get. That's really what that metric is tracking. So even though prices will go up, as long as we keep it proportional, then you'll still come out to the way you expected as far as funding distribution. PM2 and 3 really track cost and budget. For completed work, we're just getting to completion on the phase 1 safety and security, as Dr. Green mentioned, this August. So we included those, and we included Pearson in that metric because that's ongoing as well. When we look at it all, we're 94% on target, meaning 5.8% of projects are above budget. Mostly a group of safety and security schools that are the ones that are impacted. And the budget is really developed when we set the GMP, that's the budget. So that's what we're tracking against. And then on time, at this point, we're still on time with all projects. That's really all I have. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
So these measures are all around the level of partnerships and the quality of partnerships in our schools. The good news, the best celebration really isn't on here, and that's that we actually have a system now for collecting that data. And so we're extremely pleased, and we owe our thanks to Mr. Schneider and our principals, because not only did they provide us the data that we needed to measure the measures for the strategic plan, but they went back 3 years. They also, we have now the data by the type of partnership. So we've never been able to produce any type of real report for the board in terms of who's in our schools, what type of partners, how many hours they're in our schools, and other areas such as in-kind donations and in-kind support. So we're able to do that now. I'm really pleased by that. Some of the impacts of end of year measurements include COVID-19, as everyone else has talked about, and the instability of partners in our schools based on COVID-19. So we believe that the data for the upcoming school year 22-23 will be more reflective of the level of partnerships that have been historically in our school. But we were able to successfully meet all of the measures. The first measure is the number of partners that exceeded 1/3 of the school's enrollment. So it's not just were they in our schools, but the number of hours based on 1/3 of the school's enrollment. And you can see that number went from 11 to 14. The second is the number of partners that provided an increase in financial or in-kind donations. And so what we expected to see during COVID, we were able to verify or validate in this data. So fewer people were in our schools, but more in-kind support was provided by those partners to schools. And then the third progress measure is an increase in the number of parent as partners that are in our schools. And despite COVID, we were able to successfully recruit and train additional parent leaders. And as a reminder, those parents, to serve as a parent leader, they have to take 6 courses. So 3 courses in advocacy, 2 courses in student achievement, and 1 course in an individualized area of their interest. And so we were able to successfully recruit and train additional parents as partners.
My apologies. I was looking up data. Student supports this year. This was the year where we implemented very strategic student supports for a wider variety of students that experienced different learning challenges. So when we look at students with an individual progress monitoring plan, we really focused on the individual student to a greater degree. And you can see that that improvement was exponential. We knew we had to pair resources to match those progress monitoring plans, which we implemented last year to a greater degree as well. And then scheduling students that needed additional supports, we also improved exponentially to ensure that they're getting exactly what they need when they need it. In K through 3, last year, we know that we instituted a new comprehensive literacy curriculum and instituted some new tools. So there was a lot of learning, teacher learning and student learning that were taking place. So we're very enthusiastic about the work in this coming year to show much more gains for our K through 3 students.
All right, culture and climate. Obviously, this is a huge factor in driving our schools. So in the first part, we did miss our goal, but as you can see there in the side, some of our end of the year reflections for we actually had more students that fell into that category of chronic absenteeism, so missing 20+ days. We did show an increase, and we do have, obviously some legitimate concerns due to the pandemic. Many of our students missed more days of school because they were out due to the CDC guidelines and Department of Health guidelines for how they needed to stay out and make sure they took that time being out of school. But in addition to that, people kept their children home. because they were concerned, even if they weren't tested, even if they didn't have things, they still wanted to be on the safe side. So we have a lot of information that says that our parents kept their children home, and rightfully so in many situations. The other piece too is that as with the way the economy is, the workforce is offering students a great deal of money, and we have a lot of children that their intent is to graduate high school and go directly into the workforce. Some of those children have decided to leave earlier because when you have an opportunity to make $24 an hour and you weren't even imagining that you were going to make that much money, and people are coming to you and you have that opportunity to make that money right away. Many of our students have left, which has increased the number of students leaving us and then going into getting a GED. We've seen spikes at schools such as Horizons in the world of just their GED side of things, and then also students just dropping out and not coming to school. So huge concern there. We are definitely working on trying to figure out measures to incentivize them coming to school, doing OJT type programs where students can come to school, get credit for work as well. So that's in the works. We're working with Mr. Wright's team to make sure we have those things in place, especially at some of our schools that we know this is a trend that we've been seeing now for a little while, but it escalated this past year. For our PBIS schools, I do want to celebrate this. We had almost double the amount of schools that now are PBIS schools, and I want to make sure that we know that we didn't just hit 31% this year, but we also, those 16% that were there, they have to redo their application process and become a PBIS model school again. So not only did we get those same schools to make sure they still meet the credentials and to do that paperwork to get that recognition, we then had that many more schools. So I think it was we went from 23 schools to 44 schools now that are PBIS model schools. So we're very excited about that. We've taken the culture and climate of a school and safety in the environment of the school very seriously, and this is to me is a testament to that.
So as part of the strategic plan, we developed 4 keystone projects, and the next slide will talk about those 4 keystone projects. We had Campaign for Grade Level Reading, Workforce Readiness, Career and Technical Programs, and Instructional Technology. We'll start with Campaign for Grade Level Reading. Dr. Krisner and I have been working with KHA and JPAF. KHA and JPAF have graciously accepted being the lead agency, so they are co-leading this initiative. If we could go to the next slide. One of the biggest things that I think was a big success is that the mayor dedicated $30 million to KHA to support Campaign for Grade Level Reading. So that is a contribution over the next 3 years. KHA has implemented a new process by which organizations and agencies are applying for those dollars in their after school, and it all is contribute to literacy. How are they addressing early learning literacy? And so organizations such as Communities in Schools, Boys and Girls Club have that understanding that their programs need to support the campaign for grade level reading. During this process, they began the kickoff on March 23rd, 2022. The organizations they meet once a month. At that meeting, we're constantly discussing the data that relates to early learning, whether it is the Early Learning Coalition talking about the data related to pre-K, pre-kindergarten, as well as the school district sharing their data as it relates to whether pre-K, first, second, or third grade. Through that research, KHA and JPAF wanted to narrow their focus as it relates to actual support for individual schools. So down at the bottom, you will see the 8 schools that next year they are going to put a strategic focus on supporting those schools for the campaign for grade level reading. That does not negate the district-wide support. So 20 minutes a day, 20 minutes a day. Oh, okay.
Pays the way.
Pays the way. Okay, it just paves the way. That initiative will continue. That is a district-wide initiative. This is a strategic initiative for impacting these particular schools related to particular zip codes. And their initiative to support those organizations that provide after-school support to these schools through KHA. We will continue working with the campaign to focus on other areas that may not be in these zip codes. So we know that just because District 7 may be a high-performing district, we know there are still students that are struggling, readers in that district. And how do we continue to provide support for those students as well? So it is a huge endeavor. The public library has joined. Many other organizations are wanting to be a part of this. Our continued after-school tutoring programs, whether it is through Read USA or Mainstream during the school day with retired teachers, or utilizing our program of tutoring support, will continue to tie in with Campaign for Grade Level Reading. As a school district, this is, even though this is a keystone project, its focus is on grades K through 3. And so what we are doing as a district is ensuring that we can collaborate and partner, but we also provide another layer of support for K through 3 and then grades 4 through 10. Those students, making sure that we are not losing focus, even though it's not in the strategic plan, we know that that impacts our school grades. And so it's not mentioned personally, but it impacts goal 2, which is about school grades. So huge focus, very excited, and that the mayor has, taken on also a leadership role and wanted to invest in KHA to support this initiative. We are continuing our ARC team, the attendance response team. When Mr. Snyder shared that information, that is the team that is finding out this data, why students aren't coming to school, or what's impacting their attendance. And Mr. Snyder shared with you last year, a lot of it had to do with for COVID protocols, because last year for students, it was still 10 days. It is only this year that has now been reduced down to 5 days. Our goal is to ensure that our families have the information that they need, and really working to get them to send students to school. And that's why we've been pushing Hazel Health, because if you can access that from home, then you can take your child to the doctor quickly, get them seen, and ensure that they are back in school. For the school district, this continues probably to be our number one issue over the last 2 years. Chronic absenteeism was not an issue pre-COVID, but COVID has definitely exacerbated chronic absenteeism. And we will continue to focus on it. Hopefully this school year, my new 2 words is engagement and patience. Patience in the first few weeks with transportation and even though we still have a large number of vacancies, and ensuring that schools are doing everything to ensure students are being taught by a qualified educator. And engagement, that the doors are open. Come back. If you're used to volunteer, come back and volunteer. Come back, make sure you're at open house, make sure you're showing up for all the opportunities to support our students. So those are my 2 new words that would pivot is now retired. Patience and engagement is what we're moving forward to. So with that, we will move forward to workforce readiness.
So as I previously stated, we certainly made some progress in this area with goal 3. You see that seal up there, that's a draft, so that's not the official branding, that's something we're still working on. But we are in the design processes to create a seal for the diploma. You have previously seen some information regarding this, but the Duval Ready Diploma is now a diploma recognition in the student progression plan. So that was updated, was it July when that was approved? So that's now codified in the student progression plan and is now something students can earn. So, and to earn that, just a reminder, begins currently in 8th grade with participation in career exploration. And then the participation and successful completion of the 4 ready to work soft skills modules, which are focused on professionalism, communication, teamwork, and problem solving. And then the comprehensive assessment that gives the state of Florida recognized soft skill credential from Florida Ready to Work. But then in addition to that, to earn the Duval Ready Diploma designation, students also have to successfully complete a capstone experience. And just a reminder of some of those capstone experience examples are work-based learning opportunities, maybe a teacher-based project that requires demonstration of the professionalism, communication, teamwork, problem solving, internships, externships, those types of experiences for students to participate in. And the next slide is a lot of words, but just gives you an idea of the timeline for the year. Principals are currently in the process of identifying a soft skill designee, so we have a point of contact and can provide training to those people on both Florida Ready to Work, the overall process for Duval Diploma designation on several early release days throughout the year to check in and make sure we're identifying the right pilot groups of students, etc. So really the outcomes for this year would be that we identify small groups of 12th graders that are in a position where they have room in their schedules to really kind of fast track this and complete the 4 Florida Ready to Work modules and a capstone experience. They would be exempt from the 8th grade component because they didn't have an opportunity to participate in that. As would the current 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. Now, many 9th graders did participate in junior achievement last year, but not all of them. So we do want to give the 9th graders that same opportunity, even though they may have participated in the junior achievement last year. But definitely making some progress on this. We will have our first training for the Duval Ready Diploma building designees on August 31st, where Florida Ready to Work will come in, help show them the platform, will help coach the designees on identifying the right groups of students for this year, and also increasing that over the lower grade levels for the next 4 years. So, but this year all 8th graders will be slated to participate in junior achievement so that then they can decide after their 8th grade year, entering high school, if this is something they want to work towards. And the next Keystone project is the Career Technical Education and the Academy process. This was created as a Keystone project and also became Strategic Plan Goal number 4. And as you saw on the results of the Strategic Plan Goal 4, 85% of our academies met that novice or higher designation, and the 6 master academies are going to be recognized, I believe, at the September board meeting. I think that's in draft form. We're working on coordinating that so that we can recognize those 6 master academies and all the work that they put in this year, and recognize the collaboration with JAX USA because they were a big part in in that accreditation process and coming in to really have a third party look at our academies and make certain that they are meeting the needs of local employers. So, and looking ahead with career technical education, just some exciting things for the upcoming school year. We are onboarding some new academies for the 22-23 school year. Just signed the MOU, the agreement with JEA, adding 2 programs to First Coast, a water technology and an electrical program. And JEA has committed to assist us in funding 2 teaching positions while we build this program out, because it is sometimes a real challenge to add new programs when in the beginning students may not be aware of it, or you may have a hard time fitting it within the master schedule, competing with some other things. So JEA was really excited to partner with us to assist in that process to make sure that we can get this program off the ground and running and be successful over the next few years. We're also adding medical academies at Darnall-Cookman, Atlantic Coast, and Westside. And Atlantic Coast is also adding a teacher academy, training academy, underneath the Principles of Teaching CTE framework. So it is different than the Westside dual enrollment and the First Coast dual enrollment. This is actually a career technical education framework. It is one that we've not offered before because there really aren't, at this time, CAPE industry certifications tied to this framework. So there won't be much of an opportunity. We're trying to be creative with that. There's some entrepreneurship, and so we're still working through that, but the principal's committed to this being a need, even if there's not a certification tied to it at this point in time. So there won't be opportunity for the school to earn CAPE funding or industry certification credit. However, we are committed to assisting the school within the Perkins grant to provide some of the funding needs regarding that. We've made a couple changes in the 22-23 Perkins grant as well to increase the CT office support, focusing on increasing OJT and work-based learning opportunities. There are many components to keep track of student work hours related to their schedules and impacts to FTE. So we want to make sure that we have appropriate support for the schools to be able to keep track of those things as we increase OJT opportunities and work-based learning opportunities. And then was really excited at the middle school master schedule reviews a couple weeks ago, and middle school principals are really grabbing hold of opportunities to increase the middle school level digital tools, because many of those will fall within middle school CT opportunities, but you can place digital tools really in a number of different classes and not necessarily in a CT class. So principals are really becoming creative as they become more aware of these opportunities, and we provide the appropriate training and knowledge to the principals to figure out how to give more opportunities to the students. And then at that same level, like the expanding the elementary digital tool opportunities, the really model school that has done a really good job over the last year in providing a great example for the district is Loretto. I was trying to make sure that was the right school in my head.
Loretto.
Yes, lots of things bouncing around in my head right now. And actually had a great meeting with Representative Duggan regarding that school with board member Hershey, and he's helping talk through maybe some ways to expand even further. So we are gonna engage further with his office throughout this year to see if something could come to fruition come springtime. So just really excited in that area. So expanding from high school down to elementary with the career technical education opportunities and awareness for our students.
Good morning. So a little bit of some end of the year stuff. The emergency connectivity fund, as you're aware, that's provided the district about 43,000 laptops, and these laptops are intended to go home with students to kind of fill that digital divide. And then we have 10,000 hotspots. As of last week, we've actually had about 6,000 hotspots go out and a little over 11,000 laptops. So we are right on pace to get those all handed out to schools by the end of this school year. One-to-one laptops, and I know some of you are aware that we kind of had a reboot in middle school this year. We brought them all back in to be cleaned. We added new cases to them, of a bump case, and we got rid of the bad cases. And then we're making sure that they have everything that they need to start middle school, along with what we call a group of 10% spare units that middle schools are gonna have. The Minecraft Education Lab got a real boost this year. We did 30+ field trips and over 1,500 students got to experience that. And actually Microsoft came in and actually did a very wonderful video and workup of the lab, and it's pretty good. Are we gonna be able to show that video?
Doesn't look like it. If you give me about 15 seconds, I can troubleshoot, but.
No,
Okay.
that's all right. Just go to the next slide. I'll send you all the videos so y'all can watch it. So where are we going? So one of the things I've really become passionate about since the pandemic was just making sure that all students really do have reliable internet access in their homes. Because we found that during that whole pandemic, we had so many students around this county that just did not have reliable network access. And through that ECF fund, we're seeing right about what we thought, which was about 10,000 students, and we've had 6,000 students apply. And I think we were going to get another group of students as we enter the school year. We are also now asking students as they enroll into the district, do they have reliable internet access at home, and do they have a laptop that they can keep at the house full time? And that laptop from the ECF is not just for the student itself, it can be used for anybody in that family that is assisting in that student's academic excellence. Interactive monitors, I am super excited about this piece of it. So we've got, in elementary schools, we've got the 500 project that is going on between now and January, getting that construction. We've ordered 755 interactive monitors for elementary schools that are in need. And then we have another group of 755 coming in later on in the school year. So we really hope by the end of this school year, because we're dealing with a lot of shortages in the supply chain, but by the end of this year, we should have all of our elementary schools covered with interactive monitors for the first time. Classroom power. It's been a kind of an interesting issue in some of our schools that we've recognized, primarily in middle is where we're having this problem, where students aren't necessarily bringing their chargers or they're not charging their machines at night. It's just because a lot of it, because they're just middle schoolers. So we've ordered classroom power, they're new power towers. We have one, it's a brand new system, it's been actually developed for Duval with cooperation with our vendor Redford. So they can actually charge 8 student laptops at a time, and it's in a tower. And so those, we have about 150 that are coming in under a pilot, and then behind that, we will have enough machines that we're basically gonna cover all of our middle school classrooms this year. Modernizing of our SAP, I'm sure many of you all are aware, maybe not, that our current version of SAP, which is called S4, does go out of life cycle in 2027, which seems like a long way off, but really it's not. So we're gonna have a deeper conversation later on in the next couple months about our 5-year plan to move to the next version of HANA. And I look over because this is Dr. Gray's favorite subject, is the upgrade to our new version of SAP. We just completed our 100 high school interns, have just completed all their work. They went out this year and they actually did a complete and full inventory of all of our equipment that's in our schools so we can get our proper numbers. They also cleaned and re-imaged all those machines and all getting ready for the first day of school. And what was great about this year is we had 5 of those ex-interns that are now my employees come and talk back to those students to say that there are opportunities that we have. So we've actually taken several of our higher level positions and dropped those down to trainee positions and placed them out at both the service desk and also at our repair facility. And we are seeing those students that were once in our high schools that are now our full-time employees. So that's actually a great thing. So that's all I have.
So that is the end of our presentation, so now we are open.
Thank you for this amazing presentation. While we're doing that, if you do wanna troubleshoot that video, we can watch it after we get through some of these questions. I'm sure there's many questions, so we can go ahead and start. Folks have questions. Board Member Pearson, then we'll go to Board Member Hershey.
Mine's on the Keystone Projects overview on that slide. And it's just two questions. It's the next slide also, actually, the campaign from grade level reading. So we have these designated schools, does that mean that the $30 million over 3 years grant is only going to these schools?
Through the chair to Board Member Pearson, I don't believe so.
Okay.
The funding went to KHA, but these are the schools that they want to be intentional about the focus that is happening in the programs, in their after-school programs, but I do not believe all of that's going to
That'd
just
be a
be
lot.
that would be a lot.
Okay, I'd be
I wouldn't be.
They
I'm
just
kidding.
got that information, so
kidding.
I really do not know what other schools.
Okay.
I just don't believe all of the funding's focused just on these schools.
Okay. And then my second question is, as I'm learning and trying to understand, I understand designating high need schools, but looking at school grades this year, I wanna make sure that we avoid playing whack-a-mole, where we're focusing on, 10 schools here, but then without realizing it, when grades come out, these schools that seem like they were okay have now dropped to Ds. And so how do we balance that where we do focus on schools that are designated as most fragile or the highest need, but also giving appropriate and enough attention to our moderately performing schools so that they say moderate or higher without them dropping, because I had that happen in my district. I think some surprises of some schools that dropped.
Through the chair to Board Member Pearson, the thing about this is we have to remember this is driven by those two agencies, JPATH and KHA. That is different than what the school district is focused on. And that funding mostly is supporting after-school programs.
Okay.
I think I stated that the layer the school district has to focus on is not just also K-3, but we also need to focus on 4 through 10, which would encompass the moderate or whether they're high performing, moderate performing, or low performing. And through the 4-step process, that's where we're hoping to reduce the number of schools. But our ISI region is always focused on those schools that are the highest need, that are Title I schools. And as you see, the strategic focus on removed all those schools out of external operator. It is a challenge to, when you're a district this large, to make sure, hey, we gotta keep all the balls have to keep flowing in the air and someone has to be there to catch every single ball. But this is specifically through KHA and JPATH, their focus on the after school programs at these schools.
Right, thank you.
Thank you for that question. Board Member Hershey.
I have two questions through the chair to Dr. Green or Ms. Renfro. When we look at the averages for literacy, I just would like some clarification and understanding on what's the national average for literacy in a large urban district? And where are we in comparison to that?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, the national average is in the low 40s. We are well above that, but our focus is on the state of Florida and competing within our state. But nationally, we would be above large urban school districts.
And then where are we within the state?
Well, when we look at everybody doesn't use the same thing.
Okay.
It is only this year that for the first time, everyone will be on the same system. We use iReady, other school districts use something else, so it's not exactly comparing apples to apples.
The only reason I asked that question is because I, like everybody
I'm
else,
sorry.
wanted, go
Also,
ahead.
it's not posted, so
Okay.
I have no idea
So you don't
what
have,
another school district has with their K through 3. The only thing that's reported statewide is 3rd grade
is third grade.
ELA.
The only reason I bring that up is I, like everybody else, when I see ours at like 65 or 75% or whatever. But I see that when I look at literacy throughout the district, and I see some of the schools within my own district that might be 65 or something, but they might be a more homogeneous population of students than some of my other schools in my district dealing with some other needs. I just kind of wanted to bring that up. Just, we are trending, and I know that we want it higher, and that's the goal. But I just wanted to applaud the district for the strides that we've made. My other question has to do with. Oh, go
Through the
ahead.
chair to board member, may I add something on that since you brought up the schools? This is based on growth, so if you're already high, it is more difficult to show even more growth.
Right.
So if you're already performing at a high level, you may maintain that performance, but this is based on, no, you can't just perform high, you have to continue to show growth.
Mhm.
So sometimes schools in your district numbers may, but the fact is they started out up here in the first place. So it's just really hard to keep showing more growth.
Right.
Versus schools that they start here and they have a lot of room to move.
Right. But it's similar to what Board Member Pearson said, I saw some drops in literacy in my district as far as school grades. And I just know that those schools are my schools that are more challenged with a lot of students have some struggles in some of those schools that are not similar throughout my district, if that makes sense. My other question is with technology. I know some of our schools are built to be a shelter and they're really good, but it's just like you can't get the Wi-Fi through the wall, and the even a cell phone signal. So I just wanted some follow-up on what we've done with that in some of these schools that seem like we're in a cave. You can't.
Through the chair to board member Hershey, I'm going to ask Mr. Colbert to address.
So through the chair, that is correct. Many of our schools, it's very difficult to get a cellular signal inside the building. We have redone the BYOD to make it very simple to utilize, and it allows a teacher or a staff member to take their phone and put it onto our BYOD network. So now there's only one network. Remember before we used to have DCPS BYOD, or there's only one network that you see when you're out of schools. It's just DCPS. And then once you log on to that one time, your phone is registered in our system and you're good to go from that point forward. So that will allow you to use the different applications, the Microsoft Authenticator app, the Raptor app can all be used through our Wi-Fi.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's do this group. Let's remember her started with literacy. Let's flip through in order so the staff knows, so we're not hopping all around. So any questions about the literacy piece, which I think was page 2 or 3 in here. I have one quick question on literacy to kind of chime in. Can we just give a high level, because I think to board member Hershey's point, sometimes people look at that like 40%, I don't understand what this is. Can we give a high level sort of overview as what does a reading proficiency actually mean when we say that, when we're actually calculating that?
Chair Willie to Chair Willie. When we are speaking about proficiency, our students take, this past year was the last year of FSA, Florida Standard Assessment. It is built on 5 levels, level 1 being the lowest level, level 5 being the highest level. Level 1 and level 2, they are divided, so you have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and then level 2, you have a 2.1, 2.2. And then level 3 is considered proficient and anything above. So level 3 and above, you're considered proficient. Students in 3rd grade, this is their first time taking a end of year summative assessment. Those students, if they score level 3 or above, they're considered proficient. It is also the only grade that has a state mandated retention if a student scores level 1 and through other alternative methods cannot prove that they are can perform at least at a level 2, we are required to retain those students. So you didn't ask that part, but
No, I appreciate
it
that.
kind of is tied to it. So throughout the year, we provide what we call progress monitoring. In our progress monitoring this year, we use Freckle, which is really called STAR. The goal of this is if a student does score level 1, we can look back at their progress monitoring, and if they reach a certain percentage that is designated as level 2, the student can be promoted based on that. If not, then they are required to attend summer school. And it's specifically for 3rd graders, helping them with not only literacy, but can you get your portfolio to a level that it reaches a level 2. Believe it or not, that happens all the way to the month of November. So they can be mid-year promoted by November.
No, thank you for that. And I think oftentimes we hear a lot. It's like, well, you have all your kids can't read and you're graduating folks that can't read, but what that is really based on is a test that they have to take. And it's not just reading, it's also reading comprehension and other pieces.
Through the chair, it is reading comprehension, it is
My apologies.
It works.
It works.
Yes, Jim, go for it.
Yes, it is an assessment that is given over 2 days. I think the total number of questions might be somewhere between 45 to 50 questions. It is a very lengthy assessment. Each segment is approximately 80 minutes that students have, and so really at 3rd grade, it's about do they have the endurance to read and answer questions for that length of time. It is a challenge for some 3rd graders.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Other thoughts on goal 1, literacy? All right, moving on to goal 2. Any thoughts on school grades? Just gonna chip through here. Yeah, yes, yay. All right, soft skills, questions on soft skills, goal 3. With the baseline will be sort of after this school year. And then career and technical goal 4. Board Member Jones.
To the chair, Dr. Green. I've had conversations with some of the unions, they talked about a pre-apprenticeship program. Are we looking at incorporating some type of pre-apprenticeship program at the high school level so that students who graduated in that program can start out as year 2 as an apprentice to make more money?
Through the chair, I'm gonna have Mr. Wright address that a little bit more, but we do have some programs, but I'll let him.
So through the chair, board member Jones, short answer to your question is yes, we want to expand in that area. Sometimes there are challenges to align pre-apprenticeships or apprenticeships to current pathways. So that's always something we're trying to make fit well. And part of the change to the Perkins grant was to add a position solely to focus on the job training, work-based learning opportunities, which would include pre-apprenticeships. So that is a goal to increase in that area.
Alright, and there's a need for electricians, plumbers, AC people, so the need is there, it's just a matter of preparing those students so that when they enter the program, they enter it in year 2 as opposed to year 1. 4-year program to go through the entire apprenticeship. Thank you.
Is that a hand? No? Or Mercy?
Can I just go back to school grades for
Please.
a second? I don't really have a
Breaking
question.
my order here, but that's okay.
I know, I was like, I have it somewhere and
It's
it
all right,
seemed
it's
like-
important.
I know, I just wanted to go back to highlight and well, I don't know if everyone recognizes the significance of the movement of being off of turnaround schools. Dr. Willis was superintendent at the time, and we were punting because we had to make decisions and it was very tough and very difficult. And in 3 years, we've turned that around. So I just applaud the district and Dr. Green, and I would just like to also say that a comparison a traditional school to a charter school is that the charter schools can stay on that DRF for a very long time and don't have a threat of going into turnaround or being taken over or anything like that. And so this is a conversation changer, and I just wanted to highlight that because Member Jones and I were here when we were going through all that. That was during the time of schools of hope legislation and all this other stuff that we're going to parachute in and save the day. So this is very significant, and that's all I wanted to say about that.
I appreciate it. That's worth going back to. I appreciate that. And when is the last time, what year was the last time we didn't have any schools on a list like that? Do we know?
Chair, when you say a list like that.
Like the sort of state turnaround list where it was all cleared and there was no
From the
threat
that last
of that.
last year.
I don't know that there was ever a list.
Was there?
I don't know. The list that is coming to mind is the persistently low performing. That's that list.
Yes.
You can be out of external operator, but still be on the list because that's over a 5-year period. So in 2018-19, if I am correct, we had 35 schools on that list. Today we have 9. So we've reduced that exponentially.
Yeah. Vice Chair.
And maybe this is a takeaway, I in my knowledge, in terms of those that were at the end of that process, in terms of can either exit or the ugly part. I don't have, I'm wondering if that list in particular, have we ever had a time where we cleared all the schools essentially like we did this year? I'm looking at Dr. Krisner, I'm shaking my head that I'm not recalling a time where it's occurred. Dr. Krisner shaking her head, okay. I mean, it's huge, it's huge, my historical knowledge, and
I was thinking-
Dr. Krisner shaking her head though.
We weren't even there with Dr. Beatty, were we?
No.
I mean, that's what, so I mean, that's like,
No,
is it even
through the chair,
It's been a decade.
we had to go testify down at a DOE hearing and everything, I mean, yeah, I went with Dr. Willis, yeah, it was.
no, I just wanted to highlight, I don't know if people.
I had to testify to
Rough times.
different district.
Rough times.
Not fun.
This is a much better
Yeah, I just think we need to highlight that.
No, it's great. And it's sort of a testament.
Accomplishment.
We have a district that is so it's a dynamic, eclectic district. I mean, you have schools that are on a turnaround list and schools that have never even seen or been close to it as A's, depending on the demographics and who the students are. So, and our staff is they're working and differentiating with both types of groups, and I think that's what makes this a very very important thing to celebrate. Thank you. All right, we are on anyone else on the career and technical. I think that's where we sort of left off. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Wright, for your information there. Highly effective educators, Vice Chair Cooker.
Through the chair, either to Dr. Green or to Assistant Superintendent Schultz. You mentioned relocation costs are being offered by other districts when you're at these recruitments at universities and whatnot. My question to you is, where is the funding? What do these relocation packages look like? Is it, down payments on deposits on apartments or waived or whatever? Where is the funding for this coming from in these other districts? Is it other states and they've got more leeway with their money from their state than we do in Florida. I don't, anyway.
So I am definitely comparing to other states.
Okay.
So most of them are funding it, I think, through some sort of general account, and it's maybe a supplement for the teachers, I'm not sure. But they do range between, I've seen 1,000 to 5,000, and they vary based on how far oftentimes the person lives. I will say that we do offer several different down payment type plans with various groups, and so we do advertise those. But just everyone knows the cost to relocate is huge, and if someone's gonna help me offset that in some way, then I might choose that.
That's through the chair again. So what I'm hearing is they're paying the movers to go pack them up, moving van, bring them down or over or wherever. Is that what I'm hearing?
So they're giving them through the chair, they're giving them a set dollar amount, and then they use it
And they
however
use it
they.
how-
But
Oh.
5,000 would cover.
Yeah, and through the chair, you believe some of it may be coming from state funds.
Through the chair, I believe so. I haven't actually asked each individual. We just see their packages sitting on their table.
Okay, alright, thank you, I appreciate it.
And quick question on that too, when you say conditional offers, can you talk through what that means for folks who don't know and open contracts and things like that, so folks know what conditional offer is?
Yes, sir, to the chair. We offer an open contract, so we interview individuals. They seem like really wonderful candidates, and while we're sitting there, they like the appeal of what we're offering them based on salary, the beaches, those sorts of things, and they're interested, so that we sign an open contract saying, if you come, we guarantee you a spot here with the district. We just can't identify yet which school it will be, and so we make a commitment to them, but then they don't always come.
And this goal here is not just the offer, it's also those turning into folks showing up. And that's hence the reason why the relocation fee and other pieces are an interesting one for us to think about. Thank you for that. Oh, Elizabeth Anderson, board member Anderson, do you have a question on this? I need to pay attention to the screen, I'm sorry.
Got a hand up.
Maybe.
Muted.
It's not muted.
Should be fun.
Okay.
Board member Anderson, try to say something for us, if you can hear us.
Luigi's trying to speak. I'm gonna troubleshoot this and see if maybe
Okay.
it's be an issue about my computer audio. Stand by.
We get a news briefing.
Look at the news.
I will definitely come back to board member Anderson after we troubleshoot. Any other questions on highly effective educators? Alright, moving on to fiscal transparency. Questions there?
Just call her.
Wanna call her?
Can we just call her?
Yeah.
If the audio is one thing that's just not.
Let me try this. Board member Anderson, if you can hear me, if you can raise your hand again on your screen.
And she can hear us. She has said that.
She did.
She's able to hear us.
So if somebody wants to dial her in, we can do that. Alright, no questions on fiscal transparency. High quality partnerships, Vice Chair Coker and Board Member Jones.
So just two items. One is on progress monitoring item number 1. You indicated that that these numbers are based on 1/3 of the school enrollment. can we make sure in the hours in terms of volunteerism? Cause honestly, 11 to 14 doesn't look like a huge thing, but then when you put that qualifier on there, it actually is. So can we note that somewhere for public consumption? Cause I think it's it makes it a really impressive metric. And then the second item is, you mentioned a report that will allow us to see who our partners are, the work of those partnerships by school and such. Any thoughts, certainly don't expect it tomorrow, any thoughts on how we'll make that report available? Is that something that would go clearly to the board or made publicly on the dashboard? Or what's the thought for consuming that information so we can grow and learn from it?
So we haven't talked about the frequency by which that information can be provided to the board. I mean, the information is available, so we can let us have a conversation about how often we can update that data and then provide that information, perhaps it's like a management oversight report to the board. Just off the top of my head, perhaps on a quarterly basis, if that would be sufficient.
Through the chair, whatever y'all come up with is good. I just know many of us, as we're in conversations, if we know who's at what schools, it would help us, in terms of, recently I was working with a faith-based partner. If I knew that that school that they were talking about already had one, Brandon Mack was wonderful working with me to figure out where they needed to go. But if we had that report, we wouldn't even have to bother, Brandon Mack on that. And the other thing is, I think if other businesses see who the businesses are, they're gonna be like, well, if they're doing it, certainly our company wants to be on board with it too. I'm thrilled because we've been fighting this battle for a long time, so I'm so excited about the fact that we're gonna be able to actually know who's in our schools and the frequency, so, okay, thank you, that was my follow-up.
Thanks. Board Member Jones?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we talk about partnership, are we including the after-school partners? Or is this separate?
So through the chair to Board Member Jones, so in the total population of partnerships, yes, the community-based partners are included. For the specific progress measure in terms of increasing the numbers, our community-based partnerships were not included in that. Those are your traditional business partners, because your community-based partners have other deliverables and measurables that are in your contract. So they're included in the report that Vice Chair Coker is talking about. They would be included. You would see all of the partners by type. But in terms of this specific progress measure, that only includes your business partners.
Thank you.
Good question on that. I have a question around PM3, increased parents as partners. When we have that 46 at the end of the year, is that 46 for that year and then you're adding the 43 that already went through and then the 40 that already went through? Or is that something that renews every year? Does that question make sense?
So if you're asking, are those additional 46
Correct.
Partners? No,
Okay.
those are, so the partners that you'll be recognizing, for example, at the November meeting include 6 partners that have not been recognized by the board. November is, I think, partner, family and community partnership recognition. So we have partners that you'll be recognizing at the board. It's not additional partners. So there are 6 partners between the end of the 19-20 school year and the 21-22 school year that are your new partners.
Got it.
Remember, there's pretty extensive training
Oh, yeah.
that those partners have to go through to be identified as a parent leader.
I don't like that. Board Member Joyce?
Yes, thank you, through the chair, to Ms. Young. Can you go over again what the training is that they have to go through? And then what schools are these partners at, or what do they do once they become partners? Are they just a partner at that school, or do we utilize them throughout the district? Can you kind of just talk about that?
So the schools that they're associated with in terms of the actual partners for the 46 schools, I'll have to provide that as a follow-up to the workshop. But there are 6 courses that they have to take, and I believe the courses are 16-week courses, but I'll confirm that. But they're pretty extensive and robust courses. The trainers are nationally trained through JPATH. this is through a partner with JPEP, so our district staff and some leaders at JPEP are trained and they actually present those courses. There are a total of 6 courses that the parents have to successfully complete in order to be identified as a parent leader. 3 of those are parent and advocacy courses because the goal is that once this training is completed, that these leaders serve as parent leaders in those school communities and throughout the district, helping other parents understand their rights, how to work with the school to have their student needs met. So there are 3 parent advocacy courses, 2 student achievement courses, and then 1 course that is a course that the individual has a self-interest in. So for example, we have some parent leaders that are strong advocates around ESC issues. That's an area that is personal to them and they want to be able to serve as a resource specifically to other parents who have ESC needs. So that would be kind of the special course that a parent that may have that interest in. And then they serve throughout the district. They work very, very closely with our family and community engagement office. When we need parent representatives, we rely on these parents to be the voice of parents to other parents throughout the district.
Are these parents that are selected to sit on committees, like for the district code of conduct, for any materials, curriculum materials that the committees are reviewing? Are these the parents that are selected for those committees?
So I wouldn't say that this is the group of parents that we go to. So those type of committees, as you know, we rely on schools to identify through their school advisory councils, PTAs, PTSAs. When we have parents who bring issues to the district, the superintendent will oftentimes say, please share that information with Mr. Simmons, for example, so that when the code of conduct review process is initiated, those parents who have advocated or who have an interest in those matters are called upon. This is a group that oftentimes, if we are in need of a parent to speak on a certain issue, and we know that that the parent academy can identify that these are parents that have training in certain areas, we may ask the parent academy if they have parents who are interested in serving on a particular committee. But it's not a committee that we go to for district committees. This isn't the group to the exclusion of other parents in the district.
Okay, yeah, and I would like to know, you know, the names and what schools they're associated with. That's interesting. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Other questions on high quality partnerships? I do think of piggybacking on what Vice Chair Coker said. I wonder how we publicly get this out there. I think it's a recruitment tool. And I think you mentioned a piece around in-kind donations. And I wonder if we have an approximate dollar amount of what those in-kind donations actually are. Because I think that's important for people to know as well, as folks are giving their time and their talent and their dollars. So that would be interesting. Thank you. Going back really quick, I think board member Anderson asked about this cost savings if we, as we're not in the not having the external operator anymore. So can you speak to that, Dr. Green, our staff?
Through the chair to board member Anderson, last year we had 3 schools that had the possibility of going into an external operator. That cost was I'm gonna say about $1.5 million. If those schools had not made a C or better, they would need an external operator. So the savings, $1.5 million.
We weren't spending the 1.5, that was if we had to, correct?
Through the chair to the chair, no, we had to spend some of that because once you enter into the contract, there are things that external operator are supposed to do with the school prior to school grades being released. So we did have to, it would be minimal when you compare it to 1.5.
Okay.
I wanna say it was less than $100,000.
Yes, ma'am, it's approximately $30,000
Oh,
each.
okay, yeah.
Each
For
school.
2 months.
for 2 months.
So it's about 108.
Okay, so it
Yes, well, I think it was including the total for the first evaluation, but yes.
And thank you for that, and if I'm hearing the number, if we can get that number, so she can have it as well. I'm hearing 30,000 per school roughly, which is definitely much better than 1.5. And will be significant cost savings, which is great. Alright, we're now on to student supports. Any thoughts, questions on student supports? Vice Chair Cook.
Through the chair, first, I wanna make sure that we do a huge thank you on that 76%. And that this is a support, and I know we all say it to board member Hershey's all, but to her all. And I think it also speaks to board member Pearson's concern too, that this is one of our ways of making sure that in all schools, we're supporting all students so that we don't have those drops that you saw. We're not playing whack-a-mole, because Lord knows that does happen. My question is, just having been in schools and whatnot, okay, so we did this past year, we put the IPMPs in place and whatnot. How do we make sure that as we move into this year, that those documents don't just become a compliance item and they stay meaningful in terms of moving forward? Does that make sense? It's not just a check mark.
Yeah, through the chair to board member Dr. Coker, we make sure that it stays in compliance. One, because it impacts so many other pieces. We'll never get out of the bottom quartile for literacy. Those are the students we have to move to ever get out of that. I'm not saying, I think we were providing support for these students, we just didn't document it. We just didn't do, unfortunately, that portion of check. It's now in the system. Now, because it's in focus, it's going to be there for the next school year. In the past, you'd have to meet, figure out who, now you don't need to do that. We know who the students are. We are working on making sure that we now can track their intervention. So if this student was in mainstream last year and we see that mainstream was very supportive, the expectation is if that student is still in that, still needing that intervention, that when we meet this new school year, we can pick up where we left off. I think in the past, you might have gotten this intervention this year. Oh, you've moved. Nobody knew what was happening, so now you're doing something different because you're in a different school. Our goal is this consistency. So if you were in mainstream, we show you're making progress. Even if you move to another title, how do we get you still back into that same program to help for consistency? So it's not going to just be a check mark. I think what we did was we did the other part first. We had nothing that said we are doing this.
Through the chair, I just wanna say thank you for those thoughts, because we never wanna ask schools to do anything additional unless it's gonna prove meaningful for students in the end. And you've just proven that over time, this can allow for meaningful work to continue to happen. And with as many transient children as we have, it certainly makes sense.
I also want to add, I think our new literacy curriculum, Benchmark Advance, I can't remember which board member said it, that text, that's consistent district-wide. So even if you move from, District 1 to District 4, you're still gonna have that same consistent text of Benchmark Advance. And Benchmark Advance also has interventions inside of it. So that's another level of consistency throughout the district. So last year, we trained K through 2. This year, it will now be 3 through 8, not that's Benchmark Advance, 3 through 5. I forgot, what's the text for 6 through 8? Yes, so that consistency and the excitement that we are seeing from the teachers, especially if they've been using Duval Reads, they are very excited. I think Ms. Renfro can attest, we've seen the largest numbers ever in summer training. So if you'd like to share, Ms. Renfro.
To the chair, nearly 6,000 instructional people have engaged in training since the May 15th weekend, which is the highest number I have ever seen. Since at least when I joined PD in 2017.
Through the chair, that's all, just thank you, that's so exciting, very exciting.
That's great. Other questions on student supports?
Yeah, I have,
Yes, board member Joyce.
through the chair to Dr. Green, I think my notes are on this particular piece, I'm hoping that this is where we're at, but we were talking about, or Mr. Snyder was talking earlier about students leaving the district to go directly into the workforce. And so maybe foregoing their education to just go into the workforce. Are these students being, like, how is it affecting our graduation rate, number one? And number two, are they, are we, advising them to go to Horizons or to go to a program outside of the district that is gonna help them complete their high school education, to get their high school diploma?
Through the chair to board member Joyce, through the GRIT team, yes. We have literally sent our truancy officers to these homes, and these families just simply say, stop coming. This is what my child wants to do. They are helping my family. And so then we well, you at least need to get a GED. Because that may be working now, but 2 years from now, when the economy changes, those jobs might not be available, and now where will your child be? So we are working, it is not just Horizon, we're working with our charter partners at Lone Star, Micro School, and I know there's another one. Biscayne. Also our program, Bridge to Success. And this is why, through a lot of conversation, we talked about bringing back OJT. Those of you who've been in education for a while, on-the-job training, we used to do that in the old days. And most districts moved away from it because of the massive amount of paperwork that goes along with it. But we have so many students who, they can go work at McDonald's now and make $16 to $18 an hour. And we're like, but you need to graduate high school. We can help you work as well as let's now finish your high school diploma, so that if you choose a couple years, I don't want to keep working at McDonald's, you now have a diploma that, I can go enroll at FSCJ and start a post-secondary career. But the GRIT team, GRIT is having more meaning than just what it's called, GRIT team, because it is constant. I literally have emails from where a parent has asked me to call them, and I'm thinking, well, you want me to help you? Is like, no, I'm calling you to please tell these people stop calling my house. Please tell these people, am I right, Mr. Snyder? Leave, because we're constantly trying to get them back into school. We're talking about students who are seniors that may only need one thing to graduate, and parents are saying, they have this job, and okay, so yes, it is definitely going to impact us so much. It's not just Duval. The state of Florida came out and said that graduation rates are going to be significantly impacted for this past year, and a lot of it has to do with these jobs came out. You can get a construction job making $24 an hour. And there are students who never thought they could ever make $24 an hour. And so since they can.
And their parents can't make it.
Yeah, and their parents can't make $24 an hour. So since they can, they are taking these jobs. And in talking with the team, how can we support the family of what they need to do, but at the same time, not just let the student drop out, or even if it is just go get a GED, how do we get them back engaged in school? And that's why we're bringing back OJT for some high schools, not every high school needs it.
What high schools are we choosing to put those programs in, that program in?
Through the chair to board member Joyce, I would need Mr. Wright, because I'm only thinking of one particular high school, but I'm gonna turn to Mr. Wright and Mr. Snyder.
Through the chair to board member Joyce, it's really dependent upon the school. The school has to have the ability to have a teacher work with those students and collect the time cards and work with the CTE office staff. We haven't identified specific schools for the fall where we need to get staff onboarded, and we'll look to increase it in the spring. There are some schools that utilize OJT already at a small scale. Andrew Jackson and Frank H. Peterson are two of them. So we will be looking to build that out as there are good fits with both student populations and school staff to help manage.
Thank you for that question. Other questions on student supports? Kind of on that same vein with student supports, I'm wondering, yeah, we're calling the student and we're doing our work, but they're also going to work in an employer. I wonder about our employer relationships and incentivizing the employer to actually say, hey, if you get your GED, you could get an even higher bump in salary, or we'll give you time. So is that possible to have that conversation?
To the chair I know we have conversations with employers all the time.
Right.
Construction is a little different. It just
Yeah.
it isn't like we know that they're all going to just this location.
Yeah.
These students are spread out all over the city with certain jobs. We've actually had conversations like with McDonald's.
Yeah.
Why can't their schedule be at this time? Principals, high school principals take it upon themselves many times to, when they see a student that not coming to school, why are you not coming? Well, my work schedule. And they'll ask, where do you work? And they'll literally ask that employer, could you consider changing their schedule? I'm not sure that they're successful, but we do intervene at times, especially when a parent says, well, they need to do this.
Yeah.
We try to help as much as we can.
Yeah, and even if it's not necessarily them changing their schedule, I think it's if there's incentives for them even on the job. I know McDonald's is one that probably could do that. And I just wondered about the trends. I know we can't have all these disparate different jobs, but if there's trends and folks are, a good percentage are working at McDonald's or they're in one or two construction companies, having that higher level conversation I think could be important. It could help both sides, honestly. But I definitely understand that it's not as simple as that. Board Member Pearson.
For context with construction, my understanding is it's the day labor pickup.
Yep.
So it's not like they're getting a job with XYZ construction company. It's show up in the lot on this, convenience store parking lot, and they take who they need and you work for the day.
Yeah.
So that would be a lot more difficult
Definitely. Yeah, that's good context.
to handle.
Thank you for that. Next, culture and climate. Any questions on that? All right, moving on. Any questions on Keystone projects? I think there was questions around the campaign for grade level reading already. Any other questions about that or workforce readiness? Yes, Board Member Cooper, Vice Chair.
Through the chair to Dr. Green, I'm gonna ask a question that's been asked by this board since like the beginning of time because so the workforce readiness piece that we're embarking on and workforce readiness, it's incredible work. There's no way around that and whatnot. But for example, yesterday we were at the chamber luncheon, and of course, it's great. They celebrated the work that you're doing around the investment in schools and whatnot, which was awesome and so exciting. But I look at, for example, this Duval Ready designation, I look at the new programs that we're adding with GEA, the medical academies, the teacher training, and we have added programs over time. We have done all kinds of stuff over time. And it seems our business community has never known all of the good work that's being done. And so how do we, I see people shaking their heads because it's, you know, we go to these luncheons and people go, oh, I didn't know you had HVAC. We've had HVAC forever. You know, we may have revamped it, but we've had it. What are your thoughts on how can we finally have some kind of PR campaign? Who are the groups we need? How do we get the business community to know that all of this is going on? I mean, when I talk to people in the construction industry and I say, we have welding, they go, you have welding? Not only do we have welding, again, it got remodeled 5 years ago, it's state-of-the-art welding. We have virtual welders, we don't, not just old-fashioned welding. I mean, this is not new work for us. Now, are we getting better at honing it? Absolutely. But so any thoughts on, now that you've been here long enough to know Duval, how could we truly get people to understand we really do have that? I think that we have that campaign has helped tremendously, but any thoughts on that?
Through the chair to Vice Chair Coker, even though we have the campaign, we have that. There's so much of that we have. It's not been specific to our CTE programs. It's been, if you want this, we have that. You want that. So maybe we need to focus a little bit more on we have that campaign now to do something just for the business community. We have that. So if you need construction, we have that. Maybe we did that campaign to our entire community. And I find it interesting when people see me something about, I saw it, we have that. Yeah. And what do you think that is? So that now we need to get a little more specific of what is that, and maybe directly put it out to our business community about we have that. Mr. Wright and I were at Collins Aerospace yesterday afternoon, and they wanted to meet with us because they wanted to figure out how they could engage with the school district, and they have jobs that if they leave high school, they could be working for Collins Aerospace. And we talked about, here are the things that we are doing as a school district, and they were just like, you do? You actually, well, you have that? Yes, we do. And now you can either make a decision to partner with this other corporation to be a part of it, or think how you want to engage with us. We're ready, just tell us how do you want to participate. I mean, you know, we talked about our first job fair we had last year for high school seniors, and they're like, well, we want to participate in that. We talked about, and it was interesting because the things that they need from high school students are directly related to the soft skills. You know, their entry level is $18 an hour. We told them, hey, you know, they can make 18 at McDonald's as well. So you now need to be able to distinguish what you can offer them versus what they can get at McDonald's. And so it is still, they are surprised by all the things we do in the school district, and yesterday's visit was a perfect example of that. They did not know what these programs we already have in place and how we can support them.
I just think we're at a point where not only do we have these things, but now we're elevating it with this diploma distinction. And I think it's something for the city to celebrate. It's something that our business community needs to be excited about. But how do we make sure that they're aware that we've taken what's good work and we're making it even better, so.
Member Hershey, then Member Pearson.
I just wanted to build on what Dr. Cooper said, because I think when people think of workforce readiness, they think of shop and changing oil and repairing cars. But we have that. You know? And so I just wanted to underscore what Dr. Green said, because when we were at Jacksport pre the pandemic, when Duval County Public Schools sat down with, there were lots of people from Jacksport, and they were astonished at what the district was doing. And I don't know if the district was able to capture that one person who was interested, but they were fascinated with what we were doing with logistics. So I think that again, just to highlight what Dr. Coker said, it's a matter of getting the word out there, because the people at Jacksport, they were like, we have these needs and these are the skill sets, and Dr. Green and her team were like, well, this is what we do. And they're like, you know, and they were surprised at all that was offered. And I think it's just, we know what we're doing, but we have to do a better job telling the community what we're doing, and I think that that's probably it.
Well, I do want to give a shout out for the board for the soft skills, because Mr. Wright, they said they've hired a couple of high school students. It wasn't that they couldn't do the job. They needed to learn to show up to work on time. And so I said, you know, high school students, you know, they do come to, high school starts pretty early in the morning, so they are used to it, but they're really thinking, oh, now I'm out in the world, do my own thing, and it's like, not exactly. You know, there are rules of work just like there are rules when you come to school, and so it really was a testament that this goal for the board to have a soft skills or Duval ready definitely is needed, because that was the really only thing they said negative about high school is showing up to work on.
It wasn't even that a transportation issue. I know it was.
It could have.
And the only reason I asked that is
I
just,
don't know whether it was transportation. They just indicated that was the issue that they struggle with, is showing up to work on.
because that was an issue with the youth mayor's summer jobs program when I was at, it's now Kids Hope Alliance, is that it was a transportation issue.
Yeah.
Of them, the willingness was there, but the ability to get there with our lack of public transportation was a big issue.
And that's also the problem with the apprenticeship program, because you're working at one site construction wise. A lot of these young folks don't have reliable transportation. If you can't, you're working down here and you're working at Frank H. Peterson, working on that building this week, this year, next year you're at Atlantic Coast. So how do you get from one extreme of the county to the other?
Remember, Kristen?
On the getting the word out, this isn't exactly what board member Cooper was saying, but I think it's something we have, is that we're all assigned to different CPACs. And I know I sometimes struggle with what to present at the CPAC, that I think that they would be interested in hearing. But if we were to have a presentation on what we're doing in this area or another, I think that might be of interest to people who attend CPACs, and they might not exactly be the business community. Some, I think at the Mandarin one that I've been to, are in the business community, but there are also people who talk to their neighbors and talk to other people and get the word out. So it could be helpful in terms of grandchildren signing up for programs, or neighbors, kids signing up for programs, or a business talking to someone in a neighbor who's in the business community or whatever. But I'm just wondering if we had I don't wanna say canned, but if we had a prepared presentation that we could take to CPAC, and if there's a month where we're going and not really sure what to say, that can be our presentation. At CPAC would be a place to start, and then that same presentation, if we get invited or have opportunities with Rotary or Mennonach or some other group, that then we have it.
I love that idea a lot. In fact, yeah, let's plan on doing something like that, because we can do it. We could take a month and just say this month we're gonna do exactly that with Rotaries, NAACP, all the meetings that we have for that month, kind of just making sure the word is spread. So yeah, because there's so much good with that, and those questions come up a lot. Why aren't y'all have skills?
The shop.
The wood shop. What happened to the skills
And you know,
centers?
like the downtown that the chamber has different councils, neighborhood
Those as well.
councils, and the downtown council, I get their stuff.
Yep. On a road show.
Offer ourselves.
I like that.
present
Great idea.
as well.
Alright, other thoughts there, Board Member Joyce?
Yes, good to share, Dr. Green. The Duval Ready Diploma designation, when we talk about the capstone experience or the capstone project for 12th graders, can you talk a little bit about what is the rubric? Do all of the teachers that are doing the capstone project have the same rubric? What is that capstone? Give me an example of what that looks like, or what are the measures that have to be completed to finish that project?
I'm gonna ask Mr. Wright to address your question.
Sure, through the chair to Board Member Joyce, just some examples from the current list are a paid or unpaid internship, a participation in a state, regional, or national competition, for example, CTSO. Like an officer position in CTSO or maybe NJHS organization. But then some for a teacher or school-based staff to make a recommendation for a capstone project, there is a request form that's completed that then goes to the CTE office to review. So the CTE office reviews that to confirm that whatever the proposed experience is requires demonstration of the 4 key components of the soft skill credential.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that it was going to be consistent across the region, across the district. And then I had another question related to, I love the idea that JEA is coming into our district to teach children and get them ready for the workforce. How was First Coast selected? I just wanted to know, like, I'm a little jealous.
Wasn't selected by me.
So, through the chair to Board Member Joyce, oftentimes when we work with partners, they have space in mind, whether it's close to their work site or a certain side of town or whatever. In this case, there were a couple of factors as to why JEA chose First Coast. One of them is just the location inside town. It's close to one of their facilities. But in addition to that, there's space on their campus in a prominent location that would be seen by the community for JEA to build a training facility. So the training facility will be like the lineman poles for students to climb. That'll be part of it. So they wanted there's space on that campus to do that can be seen on that exterior part of the campus, but within the campus, so people driving by can see it. So it's part of a branding as well. So those were two of the major considerations as far as that location.
And I have a question around this because I know that with the insurance piece, like I know that a lot of, in the past, we've had issues with some of the CTE programs because the cost of insurance for children, the students participating in these programs. Is JEA covering that cost, or how is that being addressed?
Yeah, so insurance is not an issue in this case because they are not working for, or they remain students with DCPS, so they just are, there's no liability on JEA for them to have a concern there. There's, when you become a pre-apprentice or apprentice, where you're actually on the work site space is where some of those workman's comp issues come into play, where they can't have anyone younger than 18 on their work site. And then if they are over 18, then there are workman's comp costs associated with it. But in this case, the training facility will be at First Coast High School.
Is that clear? No? Is Bud?
Yeah.
I kinda,
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce,
Yes.
the issue as it relates to insurance is when they're not on our campus. They are now on somebody else's property, they get hurt, who's responsible? Who has to, and the deterrent, if you will, is most companies feel like they should be and so it raises their insurance costs, mostly workman's comp insurance costs. Whereas as the school district, we do have certain insurance that covers our students when they get hurt on our campus or they are involved in something on our campus. That doesn't necessarily raise our insurance costs because we have we have welding, our students do engage in activities that they're using equipment that could cause harm if not used appropriately. But when a lot of people, when you hear they can't get pre-apprentice or apprenticeships, it's because of the insurance, it's because the students are they're no longer on our campus, they're now on somebody's work site.
Thank you.
Well,
You know, we talk about when we go out in the community and like with the construction piece, you know, I've talked to contractors on the west side that would like to teach children how to operate heavy machinery, for example. You know, and I guess the answer is that program just has to be in a school. And the machinery would have to be on campus in order for the district to cover that insurance piece.
Mr. Wright wants to.
So through the chair, Board Member Joyce, there is now an opportunity for a situation like that, a contractor or employer to be reimbursed for the cost of workman's comp. If they were to pay it, then the school district can reimburse them. That is new legislation. It was new this past school year. The rules and process for that are still a little murky and being worked out. But we are participating in the available webinars to figure out how to tap into that so that then we can take it back to our risk management team and then get on the same page and then explore that with potential employers. So we're figuring that out.
always good to have options. Thank you for that. Thank you for that question too. That was an important one. Other questions on the career and technical piece as we sort of wrap this up? Technology and innovation, any questions about that? I think we have the video queued up. While that video is queuing up, through to Dr. Green or Mr. Colbert, you have mentioned one-to-one laptops for middle schools. Can you just talk about one-to-one laptops across all grade bands, just so the public and everyone knows like where we are on all those?
Through the chair, we have currently about 10,000 machines coming in, not only to replace the machines that are over 5 years old, but make sure that we have our proper ratios. So currently the ratios are 1.75 to 1 in K through third grade. Fourth and fifth are 1-to-1 in the classroom. They do not leave the building. And then once you enter middle and high, that is a pure 1-to-1 where the students are assigned a laptop out and they take that laptop home with them. And the expectation is they bring it back into the school with them the next day.
Thank you for that clarity there. All right, we have this quick video, and then I think Board Member Anderson has a question too after the video. Wilbur, you look good on the camera. You look great. No, that is amazing, and I'm glad we got a chance to watch that because I've gotten a chance to be in that lab too. And once you get in there, it's just like you can't help but to feel the energy. And I think I was coding against the principal there, and I won, of course. But it was really incredible, and we'll actually be we'll have our meeting at Springfield Middle, which is where the lab is, and we're coordinating how each of us can go check it out. Public meeting and all that stuff. We're working that out, but I just want to encourage folks. This is a really amazing piece that we've added, and there's more to come as I'm hearing as well. So this is really incredible. So thank you for the work there. With that, I think Board Member Anderson had a quick note or question. Board Member Anderson, are you there?
I am on the phone. Can
Excellent.
you all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Awesome. I'm gonna go way back. First of all, I want to say thank you all so much for allowing me to be with you all virtually, but B, the hard work that we've done and our relentless focus on students and student outcomes. I want to highlight a piece that was discussed earlier that I'm really excited about because I think this is just a really important addition to our Team Duval community. The parent leaders and the opportunity for these parent leaders to specialize in our BSC department. I think that's going to go a long way for building bridges and creating awareness and safety for parents that may be entering this for the first time. I've done some work with the Partnership for Child Health area as well, and I wanted to make sure that the district is aware of the opportunity of potential partnerships. Sorry, I'm going to start on. Okay, that might be better. So the Partnership for Child Health has a Building a Resilient Jacksonville initiative. It's focused really just in Health Zone 1, but this is a grant funded through SAMHSA, and they are hiring right now parent education empowerment partners, or PEEPs, and I think it is exactly what we are looking to do in that space too. So I just wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to put that out there as a potential opportunity for us to work together with a partner who's already kind of trying to make this work, because I think it's going to be really powerful for many of our students, especially in that special needs area.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that update. And thank you for joining us virtually and on the phone. Glad you could be here. All right, other final thoughts on this, and once again, thank you, Dr. Green and staff, for this is something that we've embarked on, and it's great to kind of get these periodic updates from you all and see the work and the strategies behind it. So we really appreciate it. Any other thoughts from the board as we move on to our next topic for this afternoon? No, I mean this morning. All right, thank you again, and we're gonna move into the admin relocation. I see the other staff is here from the city is here is joining us. Welcome. So we'll move to that, and then we'll jump back into the schedule. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Poole. You wanna launch us into it?
Introduce Ms. Hodges. I think everybody probably knows Lasikia.
Yes, Ms. Lasikia Hodges, welcome.
This will be the Terrence Wright and Lasikia Hodges show.
Okay.
Or Terrence Wright show.
The Terrence Wright show.
And to kind of, as they're getting ready to set this up, of course, we've embarked upon sort of this notion about exploring admin relocation, and Board Member Hershey actually brought this to the forefront. So now we're sort of moving along in that process, and this is giving us an update in said process to see where we are. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Wright and Ms. Hodges.
morning, everyone.
Morning.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the acquisition of new administrative buildings, disposition of surplus property, school board, ITN. Since the last time I talked to you, I wanted to talk to you about the timeline and let you know what's happened since the last time I was able to speak with you. So as you may remember, the invitation to negotiate, or ITN, was released on November the 30th. On January 6th, we did a pre-bid conference and also site tours as well. We wanted to allow the opportunity for people to come and visit and view the buildings that we had in this ITN. On April the 4th, our evaluation committee members were trained on ethics, sunshine, and public records. On April 6th, the responses were due. Once the responses were due, our office had to go in and make sure that the responses met all of the criteria that we had within the ITN. Once we did that on April 26th, the evaluation committee then received the proposals. They then started their evaluation processes, and as I mentioned the last time, the proposals were really thick. There was a lot of information that they had to go through and evaluate. On May 18th, we had an additional meeting with the evaluation committee. This meeting included a presentation from the chief financial officer. We wanted the evaluation committee to be familiar with the different terms that they may see within the ITN that would help them as they went through this evaluation process. On May 20th, CBRE, who is our advisor, they went through and analyzed the responses that we received. The evaluation committee was able to receive this analysis from CBRE on May 20th. On May 24th, the evaluation committee members had individual meetings with CBRE. Here, they were able to go through and pose any questions that they had with CBRE and to get whatever information that they needed in order to complete their evaluation process. After this took place on May 24th, I gave them until June 6th to go through and complete the scoring rubrics. So they provided those scoring rubrics to me on June 6th. Our office then went through and tallied up all of the scoring rubrics that we received from the evaluation committee. We then ranked them 1 through 10 for the new administrative building, 1 through 4 for the disposition of Phillips Highway, and 1 through 4 for the disposition of 1701 Prudential Drive. On July 7th, the evaluation committee then met to come up with a competitive range of replies. That was the term that we use within the ITN, but you all may know it more as a short list. So for this morning, I'm going to use the term short list. So on July 7th, the evaluation committee decided who was going to be approved for the short list. Then on August 16th, the board, you will either accept or reject the evaluation committee's short list recommendation or cancel or postpone the ITN. Provided you accept the evaluation committee's short list, then the negotiation process will commence. And that is the to be determined block that you see there. Next, the disposition of Phillips Highway. What you will see is that we had 4 respondents for this. The evaluation committee decided to move the top 2 to the negotiation phase. You will see the available points, and you will also see the points that each one of them attained. Next is the disposition of Prudential Drive. You will see in green, we received 4 proposals, and the top 3 is what the evaluation committee decided that they wanted to move to the negotiation phase. And then finally, you will see for the new administrative building, there were 10 proposals that were received for this. The evaluation committee decided that they wanted to move the top 6 to the negotiation phase. Anytime we put together a recommendation for award, we will post that recommendation. What that posting does, it allows for anyone who submitted a proposal to submit a protest. There is only a 72-hour period that they will have in order to submit that protest. So as part of our process, we will put that recommendation on our website. We will also post it in our office. But as a courtesy, we also send that to each one of the respondents as well, because we want them to have as much time as they need to be able to see if they want to file a protest. We want them to make sure that they see the process that we went through, and if they feel as though that they've been aggrieved in that process, they will have time to file a protest. So from this screen right here, you will see that once we sent that recommendation out on July 11th, we did see a notice of intent to protest, and that was timely filed. On July 21st, according to our protest procedures now, they have 10 days in order to file a formal protest. And on July 21st, this formal protest was filed. On July 27th, according to our protest procedures, an informal protest resolution meeting is held. That meeting is held between the Director of Purchasing and also the protestor. So in this case, that was me, along with the General Counsel's office. We met with the protestor to see if we could come up with some type of resolution. Unfortunately, we were not able to come up with a resolution for the protest. However, as you will see on July 29th, they did file their notice of withdrawal to the protest that they submitted. So with that being the case, we then went ahead on and started moving forward with the process to have this approved by the school board. Provided the recommendation for the short list is approved, we will then go into the second phase, which is going to be the negotiation process. The negotiation team will meet to determine the negotiation strategy. The next two bullets you see there will let you know that whenever the negotiation team is meeting to discuss strategy, or if they are meeting to negotiate with any of the respondents, those meetings are closed to the public. So no one will be able to come in and see any portion of those meetings. What's also very important to realize with this process is that the scores that have already been determined by the evaluation committee, they will not carry over to the negotiation phase. So everyone will be starting with a clear slate. So it'll be up to the negotiation team to determine how they want to go through and make a recommendation for you. Some of the options that the negotiation team may have, which is they can request some revised replies. I've asked CBRE, our advisor, to come up with some recommendations or suggestions to the negotiation team in terms of what type of information that they feel as though that they can request. It's also important to note too that negotiations may include multiple rounds. So if the negotiation team decides they want to meet with the proposer, but then want to request revised replies after that initial meeting and then meet with them again, we can continue on until we get to the point where the negotiation team feels as though that they've received all the information that they need, or if they feel as though that they want to accept or request a best and final offer. The focus of the negotiation team is to make sure that they achieve a solution that's going to be the best value for Duval County Public Schools. Once we go through this process, then a recommendation will be made for the board approval, and hopefully that recommendation, again, will provide the best value to the school district. And the final bullet there, you'll see that the proposals, just want to remind everyone that the proposals are still exempt from public record until we get to that point. Once the recommendation is made, then at that point, that's where everything becomes public. So as part of our process, as I mentioned before, whenever we put the recommendation together, we also let the proposers know what our recommendation for award is. At that time, it becomes public. Once it becomes public, then we get public records requests, and that information is out. So sometimes that information is out before someone within the school district or the board might know what that recommendation is. But in this case right here, I will make sure I make a note to let you all know, or through the superintendent, that the recommendation has been made, so you won't be caught off guard by seeing something in the media that the recommendation has been made. And then finally, ex parte communication. This is just a reminder that we're still in that period. So not only can no one can have conversations with school board members, but also with members on the staff as well. So any questions that come up and information needs to be, or those questions need to be referred to me, and if appropriate, I will answer those questions. So that is all that I have for this morning. Mr. Cynthia Hodges is here from the General Counsel's office. We've worked hand in hand in developing the ITN that went out. We had multiple meetings. We went through the evaluation team and what they were going to be responsible for. Later on this week, we'll be talking about the negotiation team and what they will be responsible for as well. So just wanted to mention that we've gotten guidance and followed all the guidance that we received from the Office of General Counsel. So that concludes what I have this morning.
No, thank you. Do we have questions for Mr. Wright or Ms. Hodges? Board Member Pearson,
I have two.
please.
On page 4 of the top 3, could you just tell me, I'm assuming that the number 2 JTA is a government entity. Is that correct?
That's
Okay.
correct.
1 and 3, the related development and PSF, Jax Metro, are they commercial or government?
They are commercial as far as I know.
Okay. And then just another kind of process question. So the 3 were bundled. Are the 3 still traveling together, or are you free to negotiate the Phillips Highway parcel and come to a resolution on that, maybe if you're not ready to come to a resolution on 1701, like, is it all gonna come together at one time? Or are we free to consider A, B, or C without considering the whole package at one time?
Great question.
So I'll take a stab at that, and Ms. Hodges can let me know if right now that is being taken under consideration. That is a question that we pose to the Office of General Counsel, and they are reviewing that matter at this point. So as far as I know, there's not a resolution to that question as of yet. Is that accurate?
Right, I mean, through the chair, to Board Member Pearson, when we crafted, or I should say crafted the ITM with the staff, this was a comprehensive package to look at the school board as a whole and to consolidate all of its facilities. So my instinct is we had one ITN, just like we have one recommendation coming from your evaluation committee on all these 3 different components. I see the same thing with respect to the final award recommendation after negotiation team has had its sessions. That being said, in all fairness, I do wanna, circle internally with other folks on my team because we do appreciate the time sensitivity in real estate matters, and maybe moving on one component without moving on the other 2. But it's all just procurement, and it just depends on how we, interpret the solicitation document that we put out on the street and making sure that we adhere to that process that was spelled out. And then,
That makes sense. Now, going back, the folks that bid on it, now some of them bid on 1, if not other ones 2, is that correct?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Now, when they bid on, they didn't bid on, some of them bid on the full and some of them bid on parts of it. So my assumption would be that the group can come with a recommendation that could say, we wanna take this one and this one, is what my assumption is, but we're saying we need to kind of go back and make sure.
right, so, what's contemplated is that, just like your evaluation committee, there's one recommendation for all the multiple components that you're referring to. So similar thing with the negotiation team. There's one recommendation of these multiple components, and the school board can determine whether or not they want to accept or reject either one of those recommendations, if that makes.
That makes sense. Thank you for that question. Thank you for the clarity there. Other questions on this admin relocation? Board Member Jones?
To the chair, the legal and financial, as interest rates go up, does that change, can a respondent to the ITN withdraw their offer at any time, or are they locked? Because that could change, I mean, time is of the essence when it comes to real estate. And so I'm just wondering if that could change some of the discussions that the evaluation committee is gonna have.
I'm not sure how to answer that question right now, Board Member Jones. I'd have to do some research and probably speak with CBRE as well.
Right, I would sort of echo that, obviously consult with our consultants, but like with any procurement, we can't force someone to enter into a contract. And in fact, with real estate, what will likely happen in this scenario is the board will receive a sort of core term sheet, if you will, And then there will be heavy negotiation on a final contract document that will happen after the board accepts or rejects the negotiation team's award. And that contract will be subject to the board's approval. You know, real estate contracts, you know, what's contemplated is that you'll have your engaged real estate outside counsel to help with that document, and that could be a pretty lengthy document. I mean, we're talking most commercial contracts easily 100 pages.
If I can add also to Board Member Jones, I've had constant communication with the ones that are moving to the negotiation phase, and everyone is anxious and eager to move forward. I have not had any indication whatsoever that anyone is having second thoughts about moving forward with the process.
Board member Anderson's typing.
Okay. We'll wait for her question. Board Member Joyce, and then we'll go to Board Member Anderson.
Yes, so my question is around the negotiation team. I'm just curious, who's a part of the negotiation team?
Who's a part of the negotiation team? So we have Mr. Anthony Cobb, who's from our finance department. We have Jim Colbert from technology. There's Erica Harding, who's from our transportation department. Randy Gallup, who's from our operations department. Dr. Dana Krisner, and also Mr. Paul Soares.
So no one from the consultant, the CD?
That's correct. They are not a part of the negotiation team. They are there just to be able to provide any advising that the negotiation team may need.
Through the chair, can I just add to that to Board Member Joyce? Really, that's a good thing that the consultant is not a part of the negotiation team, because remember, the negotiation team is subject to sunshine laws. You know, whenever that committee meets, there has to be notice, it has to be have to go through, you know, all the requirements of sunshine. And so we really need the consultant and advisors to be able to talk to members individually without having to notice that, because as Terrence mentioned in the slide, there are only certain aspects of that meeting that are actually closed. And so it's, you know, very important that when that negotiation team gets together, they either stick to strategy discussions or they're actually meeting with the vendors. Anything other than that, that's actually not covered and exempt from public meetings, and so would have to be open to the public. So I think having your advisors and having your consultant not be a part of that sunshine aspect makes them more accessible when it comes to giving that counsel and advice.
Thank you for that question there on that. Other questions? I think Board Member Anderson asked about the timeline again. When would this, you talked about the timeline and when it would come back to us for a vote. Can you rehash that one more time for us, just so we're very clear?
So we don't have an actual timeline as of yet, so that is all going to depend on the information that the negotiation team will want. That's going to depend on the number of rounds that we need to go with the negotiations. So we don't have an actual time frame as yet, but we will continue the process and keep it moving.
Got it.
Did
So-
you mention August 16th?
Yeah, so we're clear. I was gonna,
Yeah.
August 16th, what is August 16th versus the actual final vote? Cause August 16th is more of a short list vote, I believe.
That's correct. So you all will be taking under consideration the recommendation for those firms to move to the negotiation phase.
Got it. So that's the next time we'll vote as a board in this process, and then the negotiations could take, there's no hard date on that because of when it could, what could actually happen.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Excellent. Other questions on the admin relocation? One that I know there was a slide in here around a protest, and there was the timeline there, somebody protested and it got withdrawn. Does that become public information, who that person is to protest? Does that ever become public?
Yes.
It does?
That's public right now.
Oh, it is, okay. Who is that?
That was the Southside Industrial Development Group. So this was for the property disposition of Phillips Highway.
Got it.
Through the chair, just to clarify that, there's a rubric, right?
Right.
And so you showed us the scores and their scores were the lowest scores. And they were not happy that they did not get picked. Is that a correct understanding of the reason for the protest?
That was one of them. They protested the scores. They felt like their scoring in different categories should have been higher. And yes, they wanted to be included in the negotiation phase.
Thank you for that. Alright, other comments or thoughts about this? This is moving along, thank you for moving this along. Despite protests, it's still moving, which is great, and on August 16th, we'll definitely do our due diligence and with the short list, and then we'll give it up back to you all for the negotiations part. Thank you so much. Excellent.
Look at what's going on outside. December of 2020. You and I will not be here when it happens by the, well, when it happens, we will be gone.
Let's move to, let's do MFP with Chafee 6-8. No problem. I did. I think we'll be good. Either way, I'll let you go.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, Jags will be.
What is it today?
The Jags. Today was the only day.
It's alright.
You know, like that,
Yes, maybe sweet.
Let's take a 5 minute, since people are kind of moving, we've been sitting for a while, so actually let's do 11:45 actually, 11:45, come back, and we'll do MFP with Chafee. Got it.
we're not gonna be here to see the thing or
No, that makes sense, that's great.
I know we did City Hall. That was 92.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's exciting, I drove the parking lot, it's like the time is right.
Does she text me? And he said the live, we'll just push it back, we'll do a recording and we'll put it on.
Yeah, that's our option.
Civic, whatever is fine.
I've been communicating with them this whole time.
They're fine. I swear.
They need to be.
Or at least a deep disc account at this point.
Yeah.
My pet peeve when stuff's supposed to work, it doesn't work.
Yeah, and it started off, I was like, what is happening? So I restarted it. Same thing, so I contacted them, they told me to restart it, okay, I did that, and it's, I restarted it twice, and it still didn't do it, so.
Yes, whatever their names are.
But Matt says that it's recording, he can see it recording.
It's
On
recording,
his end,
it's not
yes.
live.
It's just not live, yep, so he can see it.
And Pamela will be there.
See, I'm a little under 10 minutes.
It's a shame.
11:45.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excuse me.
45.
Thank you.
How are you? You good?
Oh, I'm good, yeah.
Bridget, right?
What was that?
Bridget?
Bridget, no. Harriet.
Harriet, I knew it was it at the end.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Oh, that was like. Harriet Tubman type.
Oh, Harriet Tubman. Good reference.
Yeah.
How long was
I was like, oh, this is just.
Is that alright though?
Oh,
Doing
Pretty
good, how are
good?
you? Yeah, I think
Productive?
so. I think it's been pretty productive of a weekend, yeah. Yeah.
Relocation.
How about for yourself?
It was
Number
very
one,
busy and very
big ol'
productive. I was at like 4 or 5, like back
Yes,
to
we are.
school. Like
I think
events.
that's awesome.
They were very, it was great. And then some church visits.
That's
All the
good.
church visits.
Yeah, that's really good.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was good. So it's like a really, I love the energy of this time of year.
Yeah, for back to school.
Yeah.
I'm more fall and not so much back to school.
I love back to school. I mean, the smell of like pencils and crayons and.
Well, I love pencils and crayons, just not back to school.
Why
But yeah,
not?
I don't know, you get the institutionalized feeling, you know? And so pencils, crayons, I love art and everything, but not the institutionalized feeling of school. I mean, I love learning.
Yeah.
I would be a professional student the rest of my life if I could. Yeah, sure, I love learning, but not the feeling of school.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I have little people too, so they're getting excited, so that also gets me excited.
Yeah, no, I totally. Me too. More so homeschooling, and so they really love the science projects that we do because I love science, so they really get engaged.
Yeah, my assumption was
try it, buy like a kit. It's just like, you know, volcanoes and whatnot.
Yeah, my girls, they actually have a YouTube channel on science. They like, cause my wife's like an engineer, so all about the science part. Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's all about exposing them, making sure like her biggest thing is like all this, you all can, everything any boy can have, you can have, all, so she's big on making sure.
I grew up with that mentality, but I've come to the realization that we actually have.
Selected one.
I thought I can't have nice things on my arms. It gave me kind of an electric shock.
I've come to realize that we each have our places, and when we try to step outside that boundary, and I'm not talking about intellectually, because absolutely, I'm a science person. Yeah, and I'm an art person, I love both, but you end up you end up suffering consequences that were unintended, and you just don't want them. It's kind of a very convoluted way to say what I'm trying to say, but yeah, I grew up with the mentality of anything he can do, I can do better. You know, the song from the, and I really took that to heart, and but at this point, now I realize it's actually nice to stay in my lane. It is.
I can see that.
Yeah.
In some cases, I can see that.
Yeah, in some cases, and I'm not saying in every situation, and certainly not in an academic setting, I'm not saying it in that way, but there's benefit to being in that lane. Yeah.
That's good perspective.
We're hoping that it's gonna be smooth.
Like we're back.
Yeah, this is my WW. I'm number
world
one,
champion.
world
Yeah,
champion.
Is it working? Is she trying? Is she even there to test it? She probably not even there to test it.
Yeah, I sent her a message and I haven't heard back.
Yeah, she probably
So, but she's getting ready to get.
Oh wait, yes.
Yeah, here she said she's stepped away.
Even though they,
Yeah.
they've seen
I'm not sure what's going on.
It says I have to.
I can tell.
But they feel like that's really not.
I know to bring my own basket. I know how to do the corner. I know, although I've learned how. You can actually.
Where's the speaker from?
So it showed as a turn.
As I'm sitting there, they're sending me a text. They're
They're
gonna start me on
because I'm being set that way.
inflammatory
But I no longer have
and
dumping of my
steroids.
stuff back in the car.
And it's the one you have to go
Tell her to start talking.
Anyway, but if-
Let me
so that
start talking.
the
And if I need to
accuracy of the shot is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he said,
Just keep talking.
you know, let's do this for, maybe a year and a half and keep.
'Cause it seemed
like,
unmuted
so
on her,
basically,
maybe
you
it
are
was-
saying I'm gonna need a hip replacement too.
And
Well, you never know, oh, okay, then you're saying I'm gonna need a hip replacement. But they're gonna do the shot and the medication first.
They told me that's, yeah, it's on the label, the doctor.
Is anyone else logged? Is it just you logged in?
Now it's
Just me logged in and then I just sent her an invite.
I wonder if we can have one of the office staff log in and see if they're.
No, yeah, it started 3:00.
See, that's what they told me I had first, and they gave me the shot.
Yeah, having done it,
That pain.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no reason to car.
Is that what it's supposed to be?
Well, or they.
I don't know how to do this, so I don't know.
So that's
Change
what
it
they
back.
said.
Well,
It's not personal, it's just something else.
Display audio, media port, try the media port.
No.
That's my
And
guess.
Sharon Freeman said no, that's a little console, it's the whole thing, but it's not.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of troubleshooting.
Issues are too far.
I think Mr.
How are
Shores,
you?
Mr. Shores, the end, kind of
In a good way.
they don't want to make
You're right.
changes, they want us to
Same.
make.
Makes you
They
human.
want us to do the opposite.
Makes you human.
I think I sent you the email, I think.
Why did you share? I mean, like, why didn't I get it?
It was staff and staff, it was Carly, and it was Carlucci's staff trying to work with us with Carly. I think they're committed to do the other stuff. We can stress that even to a
Everybody.
So
They
we can get those kind of questions confirmed, they wanna take that temporary stuff off.
And Southside Estates, the Southside Estates neighborhood.
Two birds of them already.
September, the
It's
days
like, I was just looking to make,
I told them
I was
I
like,
can't
man,
go
everybody's this big.
because of
People were
Labor
mad,
Day.
they were all.
But we don't meet on Tuesday, and then we meet on the following Monday. So I'm not available.
Yeah, whenever they're ready to do it, we'll bring
Yeah, I heard some, I didn't see her that.
we're doing initial design work right now.
Well,
We're actually,
yes.
it was
Well,
like,
no, I laughed
free,
because
it's
They
free.
want all the ingress, egress.
They know I must
be
really
angry.
They're never gonna be happy.
They're,
No.
Yeah, they're never gonna be happy because the
freedom bird,
fact
or
that
the
the
team
school
that
grows means there's more traffic, which they'll
Well,
never be
we
happy.
run in a
better
building.
Even if you tell them to
I
put
will say,
trees,
I
so
had
more traffic. They don't care. It's just
Yeah.
more traffic.
That and they want to park things now.
Right.
Yes.
Right, if my
Yeah,
signal,
That was
Is that
my
working?
signal before
No,
then.
I don't know what
Yes,
I'm.
that's the new thing I've been doing with
I
Jim
need-
Colbert
I
in
need
this SAP upgrade.
It's gonna be okay.
It's
It's gonna be okay.
To do.
No, you're gonna do it and it's gonna be
And
fine.
he's like, well, it's in the end of life, what are we gonna do? I said, I don't care.
Right.
But 2027 is gonna be, so, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay. Look, I just have to make it to 2024, so.
It was coming, where was it
Big
coming
school, it's going to the TV.
I was in their shoes.
So I'm
I
assuming
would
it would her volume.
And it's coming through the.
I mean, I know it's at your school,
Yeah, I
but
didn't
it's
change
public.
audio.
And I wanna listen to
That's
it.
You got the dollar value
I was on.
I do make your head hurt.
whatever extra money he has, that's what I would have to lock in. Just so
I wanna see what it's at. I wanna hear it.
She says she has music.
reaction.
And I wanna hear the questions from parents.
Yeah, so we should be able to
And
hear.
you know, and it's always,
I know, they're basically
So,
firing.
it's beautiful.
I'm not sure at this point, sure if you.
I tend to like play
Yes,
Yes.
and then something like
Yeah,
that.
well, we can do that.
How was she able to?
We could probably get you to
I use this stuff.
you know, we're 30, I mean, it's the kind of place like you have established. Yeah, fine. I'll be there on Really? I know.
Cause
I mean, it's
Andrew
wonderful.
was also, she's
Kind of thing.
so it's.
I would love to have this. Yeah.
But I didn't wanna say
So I'm
it.
getting one at
But I guess it's
It's right. Alright, where's the baby picture? I need an update. I've seen this one.
And Scout's
Grandma.
and make sure.
I just keep calling her grandma. If you see the word grandma around her, she just like,
So does Taylor's like Jensen. Which is like my son. He decided he would take a job in retail and like
Data's on the board as well.
and Monica was
There's a reason it's great. She has this, you know, just gotta see what happens.
Just fine though.
Continue to text me if there's.
I kinda went over here back down.
Vice chair. I'm vice chair. Vice chair. I like vice chair with Daryl with her. There's an absolutely don't feel like a hate. I gotta tell you, not even gonna touch it. It's called what? I do like vice chair for Daryl with her. It's a fun job. It's a good gig. She is awesome and so it's fun.
I'm
good,
thank
you.
Yeah.
We're gonna just go back from 5 to 6.
There's
I can figure it out.
created a family album, there's an app, and they just dropped
So you don't have to like a Facebook thing all day. I will tell you that one Jim, that's what's called like tiny tots. Jim's nephew, my nephew, when they had their first one, and they started dropping pictures and then dropped the picture and then and so every day you still get this picture and it's like that kind of a thing. And so,
But that's really a cool.
no, we love it. It's kind of fun now because
So what do
you'll
I
see
do?
the first day of school for that. I mean, it's kind of fun. So, maybe, tell me another step on
That works. And it's just like a quick.
There's a fund that they bought for money.
A lot of money.
Got it.
I mean, it's obviously will be done on
All of the kids and grandkids can take pictures with, they can just drop them into that frame and it just
I don't even know what it
scrolls
is.
and so, you know,
If we're gonna coordinate and do it, is it like later or?
the grandbaby.
We've done it, it's a couple $100, it's a great Christmas gift, and what it does is you get an email address, I'm like, I want everybody needs an address, and each time they send a photo to the email address, it goes into the picture frame.
That is like
And
so
so
cool.
it gets updated whenever, it's a fun family gift for particularly an older person who's not.
Well, but the thing too is I've got how many of us have boxes and pictures and frames and then what do you do with them? Because at some point, like, and then you feel bad.
But you literally get this email, or the one company we did, you get an email address and you can send it to the email.
And my aunt has 6 or 7 kids.
She good?
And my grandkids have 7. So everybody there and everybody.
I will say, when we did it, when we started, we had a schedule, so that we do a new picture to come in at least once a week. And so it started out with, you have to do the first, the next person, the second week kind of thing. But then it turned out we were all just, it's so easy to do it, we were all just send it, so you didn't need a schedule. Cause we didn't want it to be like, like,
Yeah, do that. My dad's 80th birthday's coming up, I'm just thinking of that.
No, it's yeah, but you can do it online.
Can I get it from Amazon?
Alright, we're gonna go ahead and get started back with this Chafee Trail 6-8 school board brief. Turn over to Dr. Green / team.
Yes, this is the briefing on Chaffee Trail 6 through 8, new build, and I will ask Mr. Soros. I know, believe it or not,
It's Chafee.
the gentleman's real name is Chaffee, but
It's kind of like Nickler's and
It's like
Yes,
revolt.
but we've been informed by the Baldwin community, it's Chaffee. His real name is Chaffee, but
Alright.
Good morning.
Chaffee.
We're here for this.
Michler, it's Michler.
CHAFFEE. Good morning, Mr. Byron Page is here with me as well, we'll be doing this brief, so the next slide. This is probably the most complex scenario in the master facility plan, and you'll see why in the details. Today's brief will go over price inflation, a little discussion on that, so you can see what's going on, facts and figures, review the consolidation, capacity enrollment boundaries, of course, are important, and cost estimates. Goes down the latest timeline, we have some concept plans to show you what potentially is gonna look like, which is kind of exciting. And then lastly, questions, next slide. Just on price inflation, you've seen this kind of, across the board. The first thing that happens is the input of materials symbolized by this red line, that's your concrete, your steel, your equipment. All that tends to go up first, and then as contractors work their bids, they realize they're coming up short, and then you see them start to adjust and come up in price. And that's effectively what's been happening, why you've seen prices go up. Now, somewhat dramatically. I'll give an example. For those of you who may not be aware, St. Johns County accepted a bid for $59 million to build a K-8 on July 12th. They had received a bid back in April for that same project for $56 million. And they rejected that bid. Why did they reject the $56 million? Because they were comparing it to a project 2 years ago for the same school. It was $37 million. So they looked at $37 million, 56, $19 million higher, 50% higher, and folks just felt there's just no way. You know, do what you can, go back, repackage it, give them more time, do all the things you can think of doing to make it less expensive, which is what they did. Put it back out, came back 59. At that point, they accepted. So that's the climate. And the danger is, it's hard to accept some of this pricing, but you have to understand, are you in an inflationary environment, stable environment, or deflationary? If you're in an inflationary environment, the more you wait, the more you pay. It's just that simple. At some point, it may stabilize, labor won't come down, but materials may eventually, and I think they will if interest rates go up. Next slide. So just some facts and figures. Again, this will be going through an ACE process, so these are involved in scenarios. I'll mention that a little more later. But the schools involved, if Charger Academy closes, it impacts on the new Chaffey Trails Middle School, obviously, West Side Middle School and Westview K have a very small impact, which we'll talk about. And then Baldwin is running at 140%, and this will bring them down to right about 100, which we'll talk about. Obviously involves school districts 5 and 6. Committed occupancy date for this set of projects is August 2024. The budget's involved, Chaffey Trail 38 million, 38.6, and then West Side Middle School budget at 12.8 million. Next slide. Here it just gives you a glimpse of part of the master facility plan we're talking about. You know, Charger Academy closes in 24. Students project to West Side, and then others go to Chaffey. A small sliver, 3 students or so, go off to Westview K8. Then Charger Academy goes into renovation, opens 3 years later. Normandy Village and Gregory Drive consolidate into it as a new K5. So you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Essentially, you know, 6 schools involved. It's a fairly complicated scenario. Next slide. So here's your capacity enrollment. So if you take Charger Academy and that closes, right, August 2024, this will be ultimately decided through the ACE process. So this is a scenario. Whenever you go into ACE, we've done several in the past, you have to have a base scenario to present, and this is what we think is going to happen. It can be revised, but this is what we think is going to happen. Because we have to build the school, we have to plan. So a portion of Charger Academy will go to the new middle school, so roughly 492, and that's based on where people live. So you look at where they live geographically and you project them. Baldwin has a portion of students where we would adjust Baldwin's boundary, which we'll talk about, and that would bring 300 of them over. So Baldwin would drop from 140% to potentially 102%. Baldwin has historically run 110, 120% normally based on how they conduct. So that would be a huge relief for them and provide high school capacity for what's coming in the immediate years. If you look over at, then we would open with roughly 794. We're planning 981 for a capacity. That's based on 90%. You know, high schools are at 100% of the seats are used. Elementary is 100%. High school is 95%. Middle school is 90%. So we actually are going to build over 1,000 seats, but we count the capacity at 981. So that would open 81%. Again, leaving a lot of capacity. That's the lowest probably going to open anywhere because of the expected growth on the west side. That this is, you know, schools have to last 30, 40 years. But we also, and you'll see later in the brief, do have an ability to expand it further if growth comes. And then over here in, that would open 81%. Then over in West Side, we has a capacity of 1029, which could largely fit, but we also have out at West Side BTS, which can take 4 to 5 classrooms, and we're talking about locating an additional Pride unit. When we did a heat map of Pride students on the west side, you could see a clear need for additional Pride capacity. So we're looking to incorporate that into this West Side Middle School during the renovation. And then students who are enrolled in Charger's choice would revert back to their original boundaries through this part. That's what the process does. It'll project them. They could choose to go anywhere, but they're not going to be projected to either schools because they're not in the area. And then a small sliver, 3, because of a little quirk in the boundaries, we go to Westview, and we'll show you that. Next slide.
Excuse me, sorry.
Sorry, let you see. Sorry, lucky you. So there's the current schools, current boundaries. You kind of see here's Baldwin with their boundary extended all the way over the new middle school location. Here's Westview. You see, if you can see that little purple sliver, that's the little part of Westview that gets fixed through this process, which you'll see, which is why Westview is involved. Otherwise, it wouldn't be involved. And then Charger Academy, West Side, out to the far right. You can see their current locations, and you can see their current boundaries, how far Baldwin comes over, the massive size of Charger, which goes all the way back to, those you remember Stillwell. Remember we had to like keep expanding middle school boundaries as we had less and less neighborhood middle schools, so you get these really large middle school boundaries on the west side. Next slide. And here's kind of shows you a graphic of how it potentially would change. Again, this is the possible A scenario that we're planning on for now. You would take this portion out of Baldwin's Middle High School. That would project a new boundary. You would take this red portion out of Charger Academy, and that would go to the new school. This little tiny box right here that you see would just simply revert to Westview. So now Westview is continuous, and this bottom half of Charger Academy would project over to West Side Middle. Next slide. This kind of shows you what it looks like. So you got that Baldwin piece over. Here's your new Chaffee winding down, your whole Westview, and then the rest over to West Side Middle School. Kind of what a completed boundary set would look like. Next slide. We're now going to go into some construction details, how the new school lays out. Let me turn it over to Byron Page. He's going to take it up from here.
Good afternoon, guys. So taking a look at the first slide here, we're looking at the initial layout of Chaffee Trails Middle School. You'll notice right at the bottom, we've got a small arrow that talks about the future expansion. This is what Paul was mentioning. We've got an area designated on the campus already for a one-story classroom addition. This brings up to 264 additional student station seats. There's also a plan that you can make a two-story to double that capacity. And so again, that provides you that extra growth required if you do see that boom kind of in the Baldwin area. Next slide. So Paul talked to this a little earlier on cost, and this will go into a little more detail. You'll see on here that our initial 2018 goal plan estimate was $38,677,000. We've got a little bit of growth, of course, in escalation. So we're showing the 124,000 square foot coming in around 47 million. Right below that, you'll see a line that says owner's cost. These are the typical things that we cover outside of what we give to our general contractors. So this would be our design fees, our FF&E, our furnishers, fixtures and equipment, our IT, our computers, our monitors, and then also a contingency that we keep in case something happens with that site, whether it's some additional site work that needs to be done or additional driveways. So all that's covered in that owner's contingency piece that's in there, and that comes out to about $9 million. So total project budget on there, you'll see goes up to 56.9. That's above the 38.6 that we had budgeted for. Next slide. We've tried to identify here a couple of key things to pull out. So one, site remediation, huge site. We've got some contamination that was on the Chaffee Trail site prior to us getting it, just based on what it was used for in the past. We've got to do that remediation before we can actually start any of the construction effort. So you'll see on there kind of a $2.3 million site remediation. Your second one on here is something that we typically do in most of our new schools that we're building, which is that thin brick veneer and CMU block. That's a maintenance kind of improvement so that we don't have to try to repaint schools every year and you go through that phase of kind of not looking great. Gopher tortoise remediation. So this site, for whatever reason, has a large population of gopher tortoise across the site. And in order for us to build on it, we do have to relocate those tortoise. So you'll see a map coming up on the next slide that shows where all those are located. It's rather costly. It comes out to around $400,000 just to get rid of this problem. And then the last one on here is the wetland remediation, or wetland mitigation, which is about $150,000. So again, you'll see on here kind of an increase in project budget of around $18 million. Next slide. So this is the map that we were talking about for the tortoise, the gopher tortoise. You'll see there's quite a few on here. We've listed 99 active burrows, and for each of those burrows, a tortoise can dig multiple burrows. So we're looking at really remediating 50 locations or 50 tortoise for that cost. And again, it's moving it completely off the Chaffee Trails site. Around $390,000.
Wait. The white is the tortoise or the gopher?
So the white is the active adult tortoise. You also got on there abandoned tortoise holes, which are the pink or that light red color.
Yeah.
The problem is when they go out and survey, one tortoise might have dug 2 holes or 3 holes, and they're only living in one. So you're only actually having to remove one, but there's actually 3 holes there.
But you have to look for them in each one.
That's correct. You've got to have somebody that actually comes out and surveys and gives you that count of how many there are.
I'll ask my question later.
Go ahead.
Do we know where they're moving?
Gopher tortoise.
Yeah, go ahead, you can ask it now.
Please.
Where are they moving?
You want some?
Where are they relocating?
Where are they going?
So
Who decides where they go?
Yeah.
Where do they
So
go?
we actually hire a service that remediates, so they'll come in, they'll remove them and relocate them. We don't pick the location they go to, it's just a site that's available. I think it comes out to, it's like 4 square feet per tortoise hole.
Do they work with like Florida Fish and Wildlife as to a recommended area,
Absolutely.
or do they just go boom to the
No.
other side of the road?
Yeah, it's a state program.
Okay. Alrighty.
Our intent is just to have them removed from our site.
How many companies do this service and how competitive is this bid?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't know the number of services. We actually went through our A&E that did price it out to 2 or 3.
Okay.
So I know at least there's 2 or 3 that we went to price from.
Every developer that builds, they have to do the same thing. I mean, they've been doing this for years, at least 15.
That may be another CTE academy.
Talk about
Apparently
giving
there's good money in.
talk about giving a tortoise to each student when they checked in as kind of a welcome back. They're like, no, we can't do that. We also talked about moving it to
That's a
another
great
location on our
science.
site. We couldn't move it to another location on our site. It had to be completely relocated. So. Yes, ma'am.
No, we've relocated snakes and geese and all kinds of
foxes
and alligator and foxes, anyway, it's a new one.
But is that body of water right there, is that why cause it seems like they're landlocked almost.
They are landlocked. It's just the open area because it was undeveloped for so long. Because we had nothing, right, we had nothing there. There were no people walking through there. They just kind of burrowed in and made it home.
Okay, cool. Fascinating.
Next slide. So our timeline slide, you'll see on here, we've incorrectly labeled this as today. We're actually out here at August 5th. We just received the design development, our phase 2 drawings on Friday. So we've made it through concept development, we've made it through the shredding. We're now into our second phase of drawings. This is where you've got a little more detail into the actual systems that are going in, whether it's HVAC, your roofing, your insulation. We're able to put that into the drawing so that they can start pricing. So we did receive those on Friday, so we're going through those now to make sure there's no errors. We're pushing those through to DCPS staff to review. Following that, this October, we will have our third set, our phase 3 drawings. Those will be the drawings that we actually bring back to the board. So the ones that we present to you and say, here's, no kidding, the official set of what we're gonna build at Chaffee Trail or Chaffee Trail. And so you should be looking for that around October 31st. And then of course, after that, we give them back to the CM, they'll go out and do a GMP, a guaranteed maximum price. They'll start talking to all the subs about pricing and we'll start receiving those bids back in so we'll know what the price comes in at if it's near our estimate. Next slide. And so this goes into the concept, so this is currently what we're working at, next slide. This is an exterior renovation from the front, left, and from the side. Again, you'll see this is a all brick building, even the white sections that you're seeing are a white brick. So no paint on the exterior of the building at all, it's checkered from red to white. Just to orientate you, our entrance is right here in the front. You've got kind of a auditorium or cafetorium off to the side here. Your bus loop is this loop on the left side. And of course, all your athletics in the rear. The front of the building is a 2-story building. Your rear section is a 1-story building. Next slide. And so here's a detailed floor plan for your first floor. You'll notice on there you've got the gym all the way to your far left. There will be 2 indoor health classes. With a operable wall, so a wall that's actually movable to combine the 2 rooms together. We've got 2 low incidence rooms near the gym as well. And then all of our CTE functions are in the 1-story wing in the rear. Your multimedia or media center is to your far right, next to the admin. They have a large open space both for a computer lab on the right, a CTE that's a multi-purpose CTE lab in the center, and then of course the stacks where all your books and your kind of small group breakouts are located. No questions, next slide. This is your second floor, so again, the building in the front is a 2-story, the building in the rear is a 1. So on your second story building in the front, these are all classroom spaces. You'll see it's a double loaded corridor, so they basically make a racetrack going around. You've got science classes on the second deck as well as the first. You've got, I think there is 1, 2, 4, 3 science classes on the second deck, so 3 on the first as well. Multiple restrooms, of course. Next slide. Oh, that's it, sorry. Any questions with the design or the layout?
Vice Chair Coker.
Through the chair, I'm assuming, I mean, certainly, you know, these are exciting plans and whatnot, but just having been a principal, we are engaging our principals like we did with the elementary school. Cause there are a couple of things I already saw that I think middle school principals will be like, So, have we already engaged them? Are we engaging them? And then, throughout the process, are we just double checking that this is really, like, when you say stacks, quite honestly, as a middle school principal, you want those low to go so that children aren't hiding behind them, you know, that kind of thing. So I just wanna know, how are we engaging educators and principals and teachers in this process so that we know that we're really getting the school that they want?
So we've actually engaged them twice to date. So we had a shredding session in the beginning where the academics came in. In particular, this school, I think Denise Hall was the lead for the discussions. We had multiple principals there. That went through the shredding process. After we got the first set of DDs, we gave the drawings back to them to review. So that they had comments on that, and now that we have our second set, we'll forward those back out again for comments. So they will have multiple chances to input on kind of the layout and design.
Thank you so much for including them in the process. And then just a question to Mr. Suarez maybe. Is Twin Lakes or Kernan, which one is our last middle school that we built? And do we know the year of that offhand? When was the last time we actually built a middle? Just curious.
Through the chair, I think the last middle that had middle component was actually North Shore.
Oh, that's right.
K-8.
Okay,
And then later revised, so that was 2007,
okay.
2008 was the last one. Prior to that, it probably was Twin Lakes.
Okay, through the chair, I think it's so important to remind the public of these dates, that we don't do this every year, that this is something that is, you know, once every 10, 15, 20 years kind of thing. And so thank you.
To the chair, actually, as Mario Jones mentioned, actually it was Westview. He's right. It was Westview. Westview was after, you're right. It was after North Shore.
That's what I.
You're right, you're correct, yes, sir.
You
Yeah.
do, Mr. Operations. Thank you, like I said, I just think it's important for the public to realize what a special event this is for our community, yeah.
That's our question, Board Member Pearson.
Is this all the parking or will there be more? I'm just thinking, I'm looking at that beautiful gym with the two divided and thinking, Chafee may be hosting some district volleyball tournaments or basketball tournaments or something like that. And is there a place for them to park if they have a district event, a county championship or something like that?
So this is all the parking in the front of the school. You
Okay.
can look at expanding the parking if it's required. I think they based it on number of students.
Slide number 2, if you can, let's just take a quick look at that. Cause you got that little parking spot right outside the gym, right?
Correct.
Let me show you that.
Oh, okay.
You can see it, you know where it's at.
So there is some other parking
Small
Yeah,
opening right
yes.
here.
on the
Yes.
other side of the bus loop too.
That's correct. So all that's Chaffee Trail Elementary.
Okay,
So
That's
there's,
the school to your right, Chaffee Trail Elementary, middle school. Gym is here.
Yeah.
This is the parking area that we're building in the small area here closest to the field.
and they envisioned that would serve as the primary for the gym, yeah, that lower parking lot.
okay.
So, again,
Other thoughts, questions? Board Member Joyce, how you feeling?
Well, I will be sharing with the board. I met with Mr. Suarez, Ms. Randy White, Lyman Duggan, and Ms. Alberta Hicks, who sit on the House and Sales Tax Committee as my appointee. And we do have, all of us together, have concerns about the redistricting of the students. The Baldwin community is very sought after. And a lot of the students on the west side, they want their children to go to Baldwin for that 6-12 piece. And just so you know, like, Baldwin's like the Hallmark channel, the little movies, the Hallmark channel. They literally interact with their elementary school, students go over a computer, they have a homecoming parade down 301, 90, and everybody participates. And so I already know that when the boundaries get reset and students are moving out of Baldwin, they want their children to go to Baldwin 612. And when they have to send their children to JPK, the JP 68, there's going to be some community members that are gonna be upset about that. But I just wanted to share that while we're talking about this with the board. I know the Baldwin's at 140% capacity. You all know that I lobbied for more seats out at Baldwin. But I know that it's gonna be a beautiful school. I know that there will be students that will want to go to this school because it's a brand new school, but there are concerns that I have as a board member. And I think what I'm probably gonna do is, I know we're gonna have the ACE process, but I might just start that conversation a little earlier than that, maybe with the community to let them kind of get a grasp on what's gonna happen with that. And I always say that because the Baldwin community is just different than other communities.
Question.
If students did not go through the chairs or whoever, if students did not go from Baldwin to Chaffee, I feel like it's like Jean Rabo versus Rebo.
It is.
Like if I say Rebo, people know what I'm talking about, but if I said Rebo High, they would think I didn't know what I was talking about. But Chaffee, as you said, if we were not moving students from Baldwin to Chaffee, would there be a need to build this school? A justifiable need to build this school?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, yes, because Charger, it's part of the whole consolidation. The elementary of Normandy Village and Gregory Drive they were scheduled to be consolidated and to move into currently Charger Academy. Baldwin is also on the master facilities plan to replace the 612 Baldwin Middle Senior High. However, when you look at the land, they are landlocked. That high school, the only way it can only go up, it can't go out. And so it would not alleviate the situation of Baldwin Middle Senior being overcrowded. And then with the projected new communities coming out somewhere between, we could not build that school large enough. It would outgrow itself if we don't add another middle school on that side of town, on that side of our large county.
I just have one more question through the chair to Dr. Green or whoever, is that certainly this is not the first time we have moved boundaries and made people happy and unhappy. St. Johns County has certainly had that, experience more than us. What do we do through the process to help people understand, the change? And the problem is that any change makes anybody uncomfortable and disappointed, angry, and people get there, my child ought to go there. But could you just kind of walk us through the process of how we handle those boundary changes? I believe Remember Jones has had, you've had several of them and you've actually lost schools.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, that is why the ACE process is so important. Each school gets representatives from their school to be a part, whether it's the parents whose families attend that school or school staff. These individuals come together to make a decision about where those boundaries should change. And I think the community outreach is one of the best ways that we help families understand what's happening. When you look at Charger, that consolidation is probably the only one that impacts 6 other schools. So it's not just Chaffee 6A. We also gotta understand West Side Middle School is a large number of students are gonna be now attending West Side Middle School. Westview 3, they're just a mention. But having all of these people give input and designing where those lines will be drawn really helps. The last one we were involved with, Brentwood, it wasn't as large as this, but we had to have a few meetings with the Brentwood community.
Yeah, we have.
And we just kept coming and we finally got to a good place. Everybody might not have been agreeable about what was happening, but they were agreeable about we did our due diligence and listening to them and supporting those students. And today it's been a successful transition. So the ACE process, we're gonna have the number of meetings will be kind of led by how the community is responding or how the teams are saying to the district, oh, Mr. Soros starts with a scenario, because they have to start somewhere. And it will get as detailed. You see this street here? I think that's a good, let's click right and move this group of students here and this other group of students. So it will take, that's why we're starting so early. It's gonna take a time and a lot of effort of constantly communicating.
Is this, how long has it been since we built the school out on the west side area?
Westview.
Westview.
Which was when?
2010. Yeah, 2009, 2010.
Okay, it's been a while.
Quick question, was there a conversation, cause Westview's K-8, right? Is there a conversation about not making that a K-8 to help to fuel and push more students into the other areas? Was that a conversation or no?
Through the chair, no, I don't think we looked at that specific scenario. It's something that could be looked at, obviously, but it wasn't at this point. We assume what we really, to some of the earlier comments, our goal is to touch the least amount of boundaries that we have to.
Right.
That's really the golden rule, as you can appreciate. The only reason Westview was touched is because it's got that odd.
Weird, yeah.
Yeah, we just wanna fix that dinky little problem. I really almost was like, do we really have to do this? Because you know what happens, the more people that come into it, the larger it gets. So that's really the extent of the look at Westview. We could take a harder look at it, like, right?
Through the chair, we did have a conversation about Westview K. I know you wanted to forget that conversation because I made your head hurt about including Westview K-8. However, where's the map? If we could go to the pictures of the map, if you remember, Mr. Right there. Well, it really wasn't. If you see that little corner down at the bottom of Charger that butts up to the red.
You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, we did talk about that.
We talked about that little section there.
That's right.
Is it a possibility of those students going to Westview K-8? And once they reviewed the students, then that brought in more elementary schools we would be impacting. And so there, it was like, never mind.
It's like a domino.
It just started, ooh, never, okay.
It is a vicious domino. I mean, cause it started going into enterprise learning. And then the boundary for enterprise just starts going till you cut away half their boundary, and it just was not workable for that reason. That's right. Yep.
Board Member Anderson has a question. Is she still on? She's on the phone. Yep, she has a question. Board Member.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Alright, so my question really is for Board Member Joyce. I know that this is a, changing these boundaries and doing these meetings can be really complicated, and it's been tough for a lot of communities. So I hear Board Member Joyce saying that she wants to kind of get a head start on the ACE process and maybe meet with the community. And I'm just wondering what would the goal or outcome goal be for that type of meeting, because I just am worried about the community being able to participate in the ACE process fairly and ensuring that folks know that the district is doing their best to make sure that they're being heard.
What is that?
Question or?
Say the actual question part again?
My question is really to Board Member for Joyce, what is her goal in starting a community meeting ahead of the ACE process?
To let the community know what's about the ACE process and they can expect. Just communicating with my community about this. Because I don't think that a lot of my community understands what is about to happen, and I want to just be upfront with them that this is giving them letting them know there's going to be an ACE process and this is what's gonna happen. And so the more information you give and the more conversations you have, the better.
I think that that's totally fair. I just wanted to know, what the goal was there. Would you anticipate having staff come and discuss how the ACE process works?
I'm just throwing it out. I don't know how I'm gonna run that meeting yet.
I think that can be really helpful again as the board has discussed here today. It's not every day you build a brand new school. And so making sure that the community has plenty of lead time and is aware of what the process entails, I think is helpful. Just want to make sure that we also allow the district, the opportunity to follow policy in doing their ACE process, and we don't give conflicting feedback to the community members.
I appreciate your input, Board Member Anderson, and I'll let you know what I'm gonna do.
Quick question on with this map, this is proposed, so this is what will be presented to the ACE group for them to get feedback, correct?
Through the chair, it is the first scenario. When you say proposed,
yes,
we have to be very reflective on our terminology because the committee has work to do.
Right.
We don't want them thinking, oh, here it is, just no, you have to start with a first draft, and then that committee has to be they're given guidelines, they're given information about each of the areas, what is the vision of the school district. We hope to open up with 80% of the school because we need to ensure we have enough seats available for growth. So I'll just throw, someone might say, well, move that Baldwin line a little further up by White House Elementary. Then staff has to go back, what does that change do? Just like I asked Mr. Soros, why can't we just take that little section and put it at Westview? Mr. Soros came back and gave me a litany of, well, this is what it does. Okay, well, that's not a good idea. So it's a lot of what if you do this is the could be unintended consequence, or this is the issue you create. So, but we do have to start with a scenario for the committee to review.
Thank you for that. Sure, okay.
Through the chair, I just think it's important for public edification to further go with what Dr. Green has said. It's very clear, proposed scenarios pending ACE meetings. It's stated right here, it's very clear, this is pending ACE meetings. This board, this district has a long history of having these ACE meetings. And if you haven't ever participated in the process, it's quite the process. And the district is very good about taking as long as needed for the community to get through it all and going down each of the different rabbit holes that you lead yourself down. I also do wanna make sure I say something else at this moment though, as we start to embark on more of these. I think it's important that we as a board recognize that there's not, I remember one time years ago, somebody on the board said, well, the ACE office can lead that. There is no ACE office. This is an additional responsibility that staff has to undertake in addition to their own positions in their day-to-day, and that we need to just be respectful and mindful when this starts, that they're doing this on top of it, and it's quite the process. And so I just lay that out there to make sure everybody knows that this happens every once in a while and it's an additional layer of work.
Yeah. Board Member Joyce.
While we're having this conversation, I would like to just sort of talk about another piece of this. So I know a few years ago when we were talking about the master facility plan, I brought up the fact that when you go down 295, you have Ed White at Normandy Boulevard. You have Frank H. Peterson at Wilson, which is a mile up the road. And then 2 miles up the road at 103rd Street, you have Westside High. So there's 3 high schools within 4 miles. If you do it, the way the bird flies, as they say. And then you go all the way out to Baldwin before you have another high school. And that's a lot of area to cover between 295 and when you get to Baldwin. And so I don't know if there's an opportunity for this discussion. There's a lot of growth that we know that's coming to Baldwin that was not there a couple of years ago, and we didn't take that into consideration. And since Westside High is a brand new rebuild, you know where I'm going. I know.
I knew you was going. You wanna relocate more Gopher tortoises, right?
Yes, I want if you could. It just makes sense to me. You have 3 high schools and you have to go way out here. That community, especially in Argyle, they have to travel a long way, no matter what high school they have to go to. And so if there is an opportunity to open it back up for discussion, I think it just, in my mind, it makes sense. I think when I've spoken in my community, it makes sense to them, and I just want to throw it back out to the board.
I think the bigger issue is, do you build a school when the population is not there? And the population won't be there depending on economic conditions for maybe 10 to 20 years. So you're planning, you're building a school when there's nobody there to go to.
But you're planning, you still have the same students that would go to Westside. It would bring them closer to where they actually live. And then you're making some adjustments for this school out here that is completely at 140% capacity.
Is that redrawing the lines for Westside? I don't understand.
You would hate to program for that, to process for that. I mean, that was not a part of the original plan, so that would be something. How do you pay for it? What do you?
Well, you're rebuilding Westside anyway. It's a complete rebuild. The additional cost would be purchasing the land, but then you would sell the land. You could sell the land at Westside as well.
That's an ace product. That's an ace product.
It's an interesting concept. When we think about Baldwin Middle High though, with the middle school coming in, is that where we're seeing the pressure is on the middle school portion of that, not the high school portion?
Through the chair, it's really, it's the middle high school, so by giving relief to 300 plus middle school students, that's just gonna open up capacity in classrooms for the future. That's really what we're trying to do. They would, in theory, have those extra classrooms available to repurpose for 9th or 10th or the other grades.
So students from Chaffee Trail, that's very hard for me to say, it would go to Baldwin High, or would they go where, or is it gonna depend upon where they live as to what their high school is? If you were at
We don't have high school boundaries, that's a good
I mean, I'm just wondering, so that if, okay, I go here for middle school, but is there a chance that the people in the green that's on the Baldwin side, that they would end up being Baldwin High would be their high school, or would they have a different high school?
Sure, Hershey, if you look at this, if we change the Baldwin boundary like that, then
I'm just saying, from that middle school, where do they go to high school?
Where are they zoned? What's their?
we'd have to throw up the high school boundary. Yeah.
Is the boundary. So if you live on the east side of Chaffee, you are zoned for Ed White. If you live on the west.
Where's Chaffee on there?
Right. And
The road.
I think it's right there.
That's the actual road? Okay.
That's what the dividers.
Got
And
it.
then if you live on this side, you are zoned for Baldwin.
So
But then you have Argyle, this massive, and they're zoned for West Side.
Oh.
To put the high school
Through
boundaries.
the chair to
Yes.
answer board member Hershey. Yes, there will be students that will attend the new middle school that would go to Baldwin High School, Ed White High School, and West Side High School. So depending on where they live, those three high schools would receive students from the new middle school.
But so I'm gonna read Jean Rebel, since it's nearby.
Well,
I mean, for high school.
I believe that is the end of
The middle.
Jean Ribaud High and Middle,
Okay.
I think. I'm not 100% sure, I'm not certain, but based on where they live, they could be going to several different high schools, but the middle school portion of that section, I believe, based on the last time I saw the high school, they would go to Baldwin High School.
Okay.
How many elementary schools after consolidation would be feeding into Chaffee Trail Middle? Then you're together for 3 years in middle, and then you split and go 3 ways for high school.
That would need to be a bring back, cause there's quite a few.
I would think so. I was just thinking about school spirit or continuity of growing up in a neighborhood and you could end up with an interesting dynamic of placelessness at Chaffee Trail if you have a number of elementary schools feeding in and then a number feeding out the other side. It's just kind of a pass through.
But don't we have that with the school? I'm just thinking of La Villa, not everybody goes to DA. I'm thinking of Landon, not everybody goes to.
But those are magnets you expect.
Well, you know, I think that.
But we are choice, then yes, people move around.
Through the chair, sort of addressing Ms. Pearson's question, this is why middle school is so interesting. Because middle school tends to take a lot of elementaries and they're all coming to the middle.
Yeah.
And then once they finish middle school, they possibly could go to the same high school. And to board member Joyce's point, those students that live directly in the Baldwin community, they go to Baldwin Elementary, Baldwin Middle Senior, that is their neighborhood normal progression. However, Baldwin also has a magnet program, which has drawn students outside of direct community. So like the White House, probably further up than just White House, that they can now attend Baldwin Middle, which they probably went to a different elementary school. They could have gone to White House or even John Stockton. I mean, they go all over, and they're going to that magnet.
Okay.
So middle school, it doesn't even matter whether it's a magnet or a neighborhood. Many times the students, because we have so many options for students, they kind of disperse out.
Yeah.
That's a good, I just think for Mandarin, we have people coming over from the west side to Mandarin Middle and they're not going to Mandarin High School, they're going somewhere else I think you have that. I just know of schools in Twin Lakes, not everybody goes to Atlantic Coast, they go other places.
I do think
Sandalwood.
as we have these conversations, I think it's an interesting thing to bring up with as we move, like we did the master facilities plan, it's been a little bit. So I think it is important that we revisit. Doesn't say that we're gonna change everything, but we should revisit, especially now, even looking at money and cost of what projects are coming in at now. It's gonna be important that we revisit that.
I'd like to make a request. I think it would be beneficial for the board to sort of know from my perspective, what the growth is coming out there, what is projected. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity for us to get that information and maybe do a small little workshop on, just so you guys got the same understanding and perception that I do.
That's good, I think that's needed, I think, but also you need to know the timeline. And there are so many factors that can impact. They've already rezoned one, and then they had to withdraw the rezoning because they can't build as many homes. That's what's projected.
That's probably what it
There's a whole bunch of, there was 1,000 homes projected in one division. They've had it already down to 300. So those numbers are gonna continue to shift and change over time, depending on market conditions, interest rates. You know, there are so many factors.
Well, and the reason why I asked for the meeting with Paul was because the mayor of Baldwin, Sean Lynch, is super concerned about how this is going to affect his community. And so he has all the numbers of what's projected and what's happening, and I just think that would be beneficial for the board to sort of have eyes on that as well.
I have a question.
But it's a 20-year projection. It's 20 years.
That's why we have the conversation. Vice Chair Coker.
I'm sorry, it's 20 years.
Through the
It's not gonna happen tomorrow.
through the chair,
Just shows you the
choose
school boundaries. That needs to be a right back. Okay, okay.
through the chair to either Dr. Green or Mr. Soros. As a part of this, I think it's important for the public, we're sitting here talking these numbers and it makes it sound a little like we haven't done as much homework as has been done. Can we review what has happened with the population study, how we got to this moment, that you actually further went and narrowed that, it was I think 3 years, narrowed it to 2 years or so. And so can we just, where were we on that and where are we on that timeline for a new study to come out? Cause that could be a part of some of this
So I'm
conversation.
gonna go 4 years back
Okay.
when I first arrived, through the chair to Vice Chair Coker and the board. The school district had engaged into an enrollment study. Jacobs Engineering was hired to do the FCI, the Facility Condition Index, for every single facility in Duval County. And the name of that other third party, Cooperative Strategies. See, their name wasn't Cooperative Strategies back then.
No.
But Cooperative Strategies was hired to do an enrollment study. That enrollment study is a 20-year span, 10 years in the rears, 10 years in the future. That enrollment study was done in 17-18, and we came to the board with the Jacobs report about the Facilities Condition Index and the enrollment study. From those two documents, we went out and had 22 community meetings, because what Cooperative Strategies does is they create scenarios. So based on your enrollment for 10 years in the future, here are scenarios you need to consider. And for Duval, those scenarios were about consolidation. We needed new schools, but we had too many small schools that had really large FCIs, which basically was saying it's ineffective. And so we went out with those 22 meetings and developed what you see today, the Master's Facilities Plan. We brought it back to the board voted on that Master's Facilities Plan. Then the pandemic hit. We saw dramatic drop in enrollment, so we came back to the board and said, well, before the pandemic, we came back and said we were going to do an enrollment study now every 5 years. It was not gonna be done for another 10 years. And that was because of, at the time, we were having more charters coming into the school district. Then when the pandemic hit, we came back and said, oh no, we now need to do this once every 2 years. And then the next year, we saw a large influx of students coming back. And we said, no, we're gonna do this now every single year, because nothing is consistent. Now we're starting to see charter enrollment. It's not where it's starting to drop. However, now we have empowerment. A lot of things are impacting enrollment. And so we will bring another enrollment study again this year. And I think it was I don't wanna say that many moons ago, but I did say to the board, there may come to a time that you're gonna need to readjust this master's facilities plan because it was based on a time pre a whole lot of stuff happening in the world. And the board just needs to tell us, when do you wanna come revisit this? And we will get back with cooperative strategies. They run the scenario. I think it was like 5 workshops ago, I kind of freaked people out and said, oh, look at these possible scenarios
In the
that
beaches area.
Yeah, in the beaches area, people are looking at me.
Remember Anderson
Yes,
got her
look,
attention.
yes, so again, we can do what's the desire of the board, but it does mean we will bring back new scenarios, and that then means we'll go back out and do community meetings. You know, as you see, inflation is starting to impact, we don't know how long that's going to impact the master's facilities plan. Just a lot of different things are happening.
So through the chair, I thank you, because I think it's important for us all to be reminded of the history of how we got to this moment, and that there are processes, protocols, procedures that have been followed. I'm not opposed to the conversation or whatever. I do hesitate though on additional numbers here and there. I think that we go back, because what we're able to see if we keep doing what we've been doing over time, we're gonna be able to see trends and maybe catch what's going on within this. So I just think if we're gonna go have a conversation, let's use the type of processes we've had in the past to look at those numbers again, instead of just thinking about them from here or there, or somebody told me this or somebody told me that. Let's go back to the original processes.
From Hershey.
So I have 2 questions. I do go out to the west side from time to time, and I know that there's a charter school out there, and I think there's another charter school coming. So I think that that's gonna have an impact. But my question is, because I'm trying to figure out, because I like to try and support, you know, the position of the board member that represents that district. But I'm a little confused right now, because I almost think that you don't support this K-8 in your district. And so before we move forward, my question to you is, do you as a board member support this K-8 for your district? Because we've had 6-8 for your district, adding this middle school portion, because if not, this is a huge undertaking for the district. And so I'm just trying to figure out, you know, do you oppose this and not want this to happen? Because that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
It's not that I oppose it, that I don't want it to happen. But I do think that we need to look at the future. And I know I get criticized from that because I'm projecting out. But I think I would like to revisit. So I appreciate Dr. Green and the study, redoing the study, but I don't wanna just settle on something because we settled on it 4 years ago, and I really wasn't comfortable with it 4 years ago. I want, and Dr. Green said, it's fluid. So we might, and we possibly will have to change the plan as we move forward over the next 10 to 15 years, 5 years. So I appreciate the opportunity for us just to revisit, look at the enrollments, projections, and then talk about it again. But I'm not saying that I don't support this.
Because this is, the price has gone up, and I'm just not confident that you're on board with this project. And before we've put a lot of money into it, we're gonna relocate gophers and tortoises. And you know, before we do that, I just that's my question, because I'm not. We got to the point to add this because I remember when we had a previous board member, they were screaming to please, we need a middle school, and we talked about, when board member Jones and I were first on the board, the need for there's land at Chaffee Trail Elementary. And so we're finally getting there, but my question is
It's a
Do
lot
you-
of money. It's a lot of money. And I just wanna make sure that we are right sizing what needs to happen on the west side with our west side schools. That's all.
I think it's fair. Couple of things I wanna make sure I point out. Board Member Anderson had some questions. I think we answered one of them. One was about the population data and support from the state. Like I know the state has to approve if you have the population, is that an accurate statement? And do we have that sign off from the state?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, the state won't approve schools that are using state funding. We are using a local half-cent funding, so we do not need state.
Good clarification on that.
And I do not, maybe Mr. Soros knows when the date of the next enrollment projection to be completed. I don't know.
To the chair. We're gonna do it, you have to have the 20-day count. As soon as the 20-day count is completed, which is gonna be like late September, then we can, and we may wait a few weeks after that, just to make sure accuracy. And then the information can be sent out to cooperative strategies. So you're looking, usually they finish it up like the December timeframe. That's what you can reasonably expect each year. That's what we do.
So what we can do is just have that date in our head as a board to just kind of have that conversation, because I think it's gonna be important regardless of if we change things or not, just to know what our, and I think we usually get a smaller conversation about it, but we can make it a little bit more robust and see if there's areas we need to really concentrate on. So I think that's gonna be important, because if 4 years ago, we thought it would be different than where we are now. Even with the charter voucher, all these pieces, so definitely something for us to keep an eye on.
I appreciate this conversation and I appreciate the board's willingness to look at that. Thank you.
Yes, Dr.
Chairman?
Yes. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not, my team's had a glitch, so I'm logging back in, but I just wanted to be clear. I know I heard Dr. Green say that if we're using our half-cent sales tax, we don't need any approval from the state to build new construction. But we would be looking at having to get $60 million essentially, right? For a new building. Is that about right?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, are you speaking for a new high school?
Yes.
Well, through the chair to Board Member Anderson, in current numbers, 60 million is not enough. In current numbers, we're looking more like 80, 90 million.
For a high school.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanna make sure that we're keeping all of those things in the context of the conversation. We would have to have either cut or have extra $90 million to move forward even with the discussion. And so I just putting it all into perspective.
So through the chair, may I ask a question?
Please.
This conversation didn't quite go the way I thought it was going to go. There was a timeline about the 6-8 Chaffee Trail and it's in motion.
House.
We just need to know, we're still moving.
Yeah, we're still moving. I mean, we voted on that process. I mean,
We've already, the design, an architect, all of that has already been done. The preparing for the ACE meetings. I just wanted to make sure that we're having a conversation and Ms. Hershey asked the question, but as far as we understand, we're still moving with Chaffee 6-8 middle school being built.
I think that's the case, and I think I think the ACE meetings are gonna be key and critical, because it's really, the need is there, as we've said, now it's about these boundaries, and that's where ACE comes in and they can have the conversation as well with them. That was what I was hearing.
I guess through the chair, Board Member Joyce, is this something that you want me I'm not sure that this is something you want. Do you want this or do you want something different? I know you want a high school, I mean, but specifically about the Chafee Trail 6H, which we are moving down the road.
We've already jumped off the cliff.
Yeah.
As a district.
Do you wanna, do you wanna pull the plug and relook at this, or do you wanna proceed with this? I mean, that's.
I don't wanna pull the plug. I'm just voicing to the board what my community is going to say, and looking at the fluidity of this. You know, like, I know we're gonna start building this, but at some point, if something comes back different and we move a high school, I mean, we said at the very beginning of this that things would change and they would possibly change. So yeah, I think we should move forward with this, but also understanding that we are gonna do an enrollment study and possibly thinking about how other things in the plan can change. Does that answer your question?
Through the chair, I just wanna and I'm a numbers girl, I agree, always looking at numbers, no disagreement there. But I do have a concern that we've got a very expensive 6-8 coming online. And now we're talking about a potentially $90 million high school. That's what I'm hearing. And I agree with you. I want to support my fellow board members and what's right for their districts, just like I would want you to support me. But we can't necessarily just take on another $90 million high school. So I think that's got to be a part of the conversation.
But West Side is a rebuild.
Right, then that's what I'm saying. But
it's not like we're adding another high school. It's already in the budget.
Okay.
You're talking about an age
You wanna
process where you eliminate West Side High.
You're just
create a
moving.
new-
You wanna move it.
You still have West Side High. They'll still be called West Side High. It's a complete rebuild. It's not
And you're
adding an additional high school to the master facility plan. It's just moving it where it's more accommodating to the community.
And your hope is that the land acquisition costs and the land sale costs would wash itself out, is what I heard.
I'm just
Yeah, no, I'm trying to make sure I understand. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So, cause again, I agree with Board Member Hershey. We wanna, but at the same time, we wanna make sure we're fiscally prudent with all the monies overall and that another district doesn't end up losing funds that they desperately need to, there's that too. I mean, we talked about the percentages. Right now, we're all within 1% of the original amount. We don't have the actual original amounts, but we're within 1% of our percentages
Of your
by
donor
board
percentages.
district.
That's
And the
correct.
district's been really mindful of that. And so I think we've gotta be thoughtful about that in this process too. That's all.
Can I ask 2 questions?
Yes, please.
When is West Side High up, like in what cycle or in the master facilities plan?
Yeah, it's out, it's
Through the chair, it's pretty far out.
Okay, so does that have anything to do with Chafee 6-8? Like Chafee 6-8 can be built and we can revisit the relocation of West Side High School
got past that. Yes.
as 2 separate issues?
Yes.
Good, okay. So really, we just need to talk about the Chafee K-8 and say, keep moving through the process is kinda, I think, what the superintendent needs to hear is we're continuing to move with Chase, okay.
Yeah, so for the record, we're moving, so we're moving on this. I think it's more about the ACE process for this. And then we'll, as we have the enrollment conversations and look at the cycle and where West Side High fits into it. Cause I think it's gonna be an interesting conversation with this, but also if you move west side, cause you're also probably gonna have to pull some of the Baldwin folks there too, so then it's gonna be conversations. I think it's an important conversation to have.
Thank you for allowing me to have the conversation.
Yeah, definitely. All right, other thoughts on any of the, oh, I have a question. So is it actually gonna be called Chafee Trail or Chaffee Trail Middle School, or is it allowed to be called Chaffee, since that's somebody's name?
Nobody's gonna say Chappie.
No, I'm saying about that's somebody's name. I didn't know it was somebody's name.
So,
Did they call us and tell us?
I'm
Did the
sorry.
family call us and tell us we were saying it wrong?
That's not what he's saying, we have a board policy
Through
that's named
the chair
schools
to
after
the board, you have a board policy
Right.
that the school can't be named after a person. I believe it's always been assigned that because of where it's sitting,
Right,
right
that's why I
next
said
to Chapin
MSA.
Trail Elementary. So.
Okay.
I was hoping that that would be another conversation.
Sorry to bring that. Okay.
If you call it Chafee, then it's not Chappie.
There you go.
Yeah.
Short A, long A. Short A, long A. Short A, long A. That's funny.
Alright, thank you.
That's
And I see the boundary map up there that all of us also, we have access to.
Yeah.
That you can kind of see the high school boundaries as well.
That was up there.
When you're up there, which is really, it's interesting to see it, cause it actually, you can lay out the elementaries, middle schools and all that. And I know I've used that a good bit, just to kind of see
You
the
can
layout.
you can see how they divide up pretty
Yeah. That's great. Alright. Let's move to our final two topics. We have governance and then we also have this final one, which is the superintendent evaluation conversation.
And this shouldn't take but a minute. I'll do a lead in on this. Corey, you wanna come over this way? Are you ready for me?
I'm ready, yes, please go.
Yeah, so please be reminded on this, that this has already been board workshopped multiple times. That it has actually already been an agenda item that we have voted on and unanimously approved as well. What I'm doing today really quickly is working with Mr. Wright to just review, because we have a brand new evaluation instrument, yay. We worked really hard, the evaluation committee, Charlotte, Joyce and I, board member Joyce and I worked really hard to go through this process. And so we now have a new evaluation instrument for the first time in like 30 years or something crazy like that. But because this will be our first time using it, we thought it might be a good time just to go through it one more time so that when it starts, you're not wondering, oh wait, this isn't the document that I'm used to seeing. So that being said, if you look at the first page, you'll see that there are three components in the evaluation model. The first component is are the strategic plan goals. The second are the guiding principles, and you'll be reminded with that those are the ones we workshop with AJ from Council of Great City Schools. We spent a good bit of time on those. But when we did land on on the evaluation of the superintendent, we also agreed that parts of the contract needed to be included. So that's the third component of it as well. Moving to slide number 2. You'll kind of see that lined up a little bit better on that page, but again, we work with the Council of Great City Schools, we align this directly to the strategic plan goals. We then worked with Office of General Counsel in regards to the superintendent's contract and making sure we included aspects to hold her accountable, like the fiscal transparency piece and things along those lines. And we'll go through those documents in a minute. Moving to slide number 3, just a refresher of the timeline. And again, you've seen all of this information multiple times. Again, we're just refreshing you on this. Traditionally, we do goal setting December 15th. By December 15th, we did that last year, so we know what the goals were for this past year. January, February, we do a mid-year review, just as a reminder. We're now in the end of the year review process. And so you'll remember each year you get a data notebook. I wanna remind you, and a self-appraisal, reminding you that the data notebook, because we changed board policy, traditionally it's been a paper notebook. It can be a paper notebook if you request one, but it also will be provided electronically. We have some people who prefer electronic, some people who prefer paper. You can go either route, and Mr. Wright and Ms. Young will work with our support team to determine who wants which copy. That being said, that's given to us within 45 days after the final school grade release and completion of appeals process. The appeals process is currently in effect right now. We have appeals sitting in Tallahassee. Should get those, I believe, Mr. Wright, you said 30 days, but I will say historically, having done that before, sometimes they say 30 days and they come back in 15, and sometimes they come back in 45. So hold loosely on that. Within 30 days after that, once we get the notebook, remember that we have about there's 30 days for us to do the written summative and hold our individual conferences. And while we're doing the written piece from the notebook that we normally do, at that same time, Mr. Wright's team will be tabulating all the data as it relates to the goals and whatnot, the parts 1 and 2. And then at the end, you'll recall, we come to get, all of that goes to the Office of General Counsel and Lena Blades, the IBA. They will tabulate all those numbers together, and then we have to hold the public meeting where the Office of General Counsel will say what the final rating was. And from that, we each give commentary on our own as to where we are with the piece. And then we develop a board, overall board statement for the press release. So just a reminder that that's our process. And again, this process hasn't changed. This is very similar to what we've done in the past. Nothing really new there, just saying that to make sure you know where we are. And again, we're in the appeals process. But once those appeals come in, then we start with the data notebook at that point. I'm gonna ask Corey at this point, because he's our numbers guy, to walk you through, and just, this is a reminder of the different components of the evaluation model, and he'll start with the first component of it.
So you all have seen these slides before, so just to run through them again, the 3 different components that Dr. Coker described are here, so you can see where the percentages come from. The part 1 are the strategic plan goals, make up 45% of the overall evaluation. Each goal has the 3 sub goals within it, and all of those tabulate out to make the 45% portion of part 1. An additional 30% is calculated in the same way as part 1. It's just weighted less at 30% for the guiding principles. In respect to the guiding principles, there's not a goal statement, but there are the sub goals underneath each one. So those just carry out depending on the number of sub goals for each guiding principle to equal out to the 30% there. And then 25% of the overall evaluation comes from the contract performance rated by the board members. And there are 4 different indicators there. And each of those performance indicators are worth 25% of the overall 25% for the overall evaluation. The next slide shows
So sorry, through the chair to the group, can I have a couple seconds to get Ms. Anderson, board member Anderson, back into the teams? We had to restart it.
Yeah.
I just need about 20 seconds.
Is she still on the phone?
She's still on the phone, but she
She can follow, she has the documents, I think,
okay,
so she should be fine as you're doing it.
okay. Then I'll just thank you.
Okay, so this is all hypothetical numbers. These have nothing to do with what the outcomes were. These are the examples that were provided at the time of adoption to show you what this could look like, with parts 1, 2, and 3 combined. So there's just some different examples if the outcomes for part 1 come out low or higher or whatever. So just how hypothetically it could look in the end with all 3 components together.
You'll recall that the evaluation committee and also the board kind of charged us with going and running some modeling, and this is just the modeling. And remember, for this modeling, we actually used former evaluations from board members. We used those numbers to be a part of it, so it wasn't just a hypothetical. We tried to use historical reference to come to these.
And Lorian, if you'll go to the next slide. And just some things to remember going through this process that I think most of this has previously been discussed. The percentages there again at 45, 30, and 25. But again, goal 3 is not included for the 21-22 evaluation. It does not impact the evaluation either way. It's just removed. And then the annual targets, all those, while we have the overarching Achieve 26 plan with the targets that go through 2026, the annual targets have to be adjusted each year depending on the prior year results, right? So that process happens throughout the school year. I guess that December 15th is the timeline. So by December 15th, those goals are set. And for the 21-22 evaluation, while this doesn't have an impact on the evaluation, that just keep in mind that baseline data is old, right? So that was like 18-19 data when you're looking at that baseline data. There was a gap year there. There were some assessments given, some not, whatever. So just keep that in mind when looking at the baseline compared to 21-22 when that data does all get put together for you. And then in addition, again, no impact to 21-22, but there may be a need to reestablish baseline and long-term targets. We're moving into a year with all new assessments, so it makes it difficult to compare student performance this year to prior years with the test being different. With some of the other goals, you're adding different CTE academies or programs or whatever. So just a need to revisit some of those targets at some point in time. And then again, for the part 3, each group, there are 4 parts to part 3. So each one of those parts makes up 25% of the employment contract performance portion.
Alright, so and Corey and I, this was kind of outlined more in depth on another slide, but Corey, Mr. Wright and Crystal in his shop did a great job of making this into a real easy to use graphic. This is basically the flow of how this works. And again, we've actually done this multiple times as a board. We did it twice in 1 year, as a matter of fact. But once that appeals process ends and we have final grades for the entire district, what'll happen is I will, Dr. Green thoroughly enjoyed the year. We did it multiple times in one district, 1 year. I will say, I will work with Office of General Counsel as I have in the past, and also Ms. Young is always really good about working with us. And then I'll double check the dates that are proposed with Chair Willie, but you'll get that typical email you get that has the instrument and it has the dates of here's when you get the notebook, here's how long you have the notebook. Here is when we're gonna have the individual conferences so that you can line up a conference for your whatever. Here's the board meeting when we're actually do the public review and release a statement. So all that'll be done. We can't set those dates again until the appeals process is over. What I will say though, is that I just didn't want us to start this process and the new documents come out and everybody be like, oh, wait a minute, what just happened? And again, we board approved this in keeping with board policy back in the spring. You'll recall we have to approve it by June and we did, so that's good. We did include for you, if you look in, you'll flip it to the final screen. In your packet, we included a copy of the instrument. Corey, you wanna just refresh them on the first 2 pages and then I'll walk them through the second 2 pages.
So the first 2 pages,
And Dr. Green, we promise we'll only do this one time this year.
the first 2 pages will be tabulated and completed for you strictly based on the outcomes set at the goal setting stage. So you saw kind of a snapshot of that earlier today in that Achieve 26 presentation. So all those, once the numbers are final, the final appeals come back from the state, we'll we'll start processing.
Start crunching numbers.
Right, and so this will be completed, there will be no input from board members whether it's a yes or a no, right? Those targets were set, if I've met the target, it's a yes and the points get applied. If the target was not met, it's a no, the points don't get applied. So that's for parts 1 and parts 2. Where the board members do get input is on parts 3.
Right. And so if you look to page 3, on part 3, this is where your part starts. On part 3, the employment contract performance, you'll see each of the performance indicators, you'll see the descriptor of each of the item, and you'll rate as a 1 being unsatisfactory up to a 4, highly effective. You'll rate those, and again, you'll conference with Dr. Green about those, and then you'll turn those over to the IBA and our Office of General Counsel, Mr. Poole, and they'll bring all of those together as an average. The one thing that we did do while the strategic plan and the guiding principles are number crunched and they are what they are, we did want to give board members, you'll recall, everyone wanted to still be able to give feedback on those and verbal, so we kept the commendations recommendations piece. So you'll see, even though the numbers are gonna be the numbers for those things, you will be able to say what your commendations are for that goal 1, what are your recommendations for that goal 1. So you still get to put that verbal feedback there and edify that in this document. So that's where we are, and again, this was just a refresher so that when it comes out, everybody's not kind of going, wait, hold on. And also we have new general counsel, so we thought it would be helpful too to go through it all together. But other than that, once the appeals process ends, look for an email and we'll start the process. And huge thank you to Mr. Wright and Ms. Young for always working really hard with us as a board to get this all done right. And we will actually, this will be our 2nd year hitting the timeline accurately if we do it.
Do it twice.
But we are not gonna do that to Dr. Green. We she did 3 in about a year and a half actually is what happened.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, so anyway, but yeah, I will tell you can I give a fun note on this?
Sure.
On a fun note. Okay, so I'm a little bit of a nerd, I got it. Council of Great City Schools has been really excited about what we're doing with this. Only a handful of districts have have been updating and whatnot, and recently had us on a national panel. Actually, I was sick, so I couldn't do it, but Mr. Wright stepped in for us, and we were featured as one of the districts that's really kind of ahead of the game in this work. And so just an FYI, we've already kind of been highlighted for, as a board, how we totally aligned ourselves to the strategic plan. And so anyway, that's kind of cool that we're getting some notice as a board for the work that we did together to make this a priority and make this happen. So anyway.
Did we talk about how we evaluated the superintendent 3 times?
No, but we can't, although I think
On the panel,
I think she's had a.
That's not a best practice, not a best practice.
We didn't talk about that, I will say, yeah, as a
Not the best
first year
practice.
board member, I didn't
Retention.
expect to,
And she's
yeah,
still here.
and she's still sitting here. What was she thinking?
Well, I will say thank you for your leadership and
and
Board
Ms.
Member
Joyce.
Joyce as well on leading on this. And I think it's an important piece to help us as a board understand fully what the superintendent is doing. Oftentimes we see certain things come here, but this gives us a real in-depth look at what she's done in the past. Of course, we know it's been a really very positive, and we'll continue to do these. So we appreciate that. Board Member Anderson, if you can hear us, any questions or thoughts from you or any other board members? She's on.
I will say, look, I'm back. I'm gonna give you my face. I just wanted to say thank you again to the board members that worked so hard on this. Every time I think back to these number of evaluations and catch up we had to do last year, and to be in this place now, took a lot of hard work together as a board, and I'm really grateful and I'm excited about this tool.
Excellent, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions on this? Everybody good? Awesome. Thank you for that. We'll move into governance and then we'll wrap up. So we'll go around and see if anyone has governance items. Board Member Joyce? Okay. Board Member Jones?
Just for information, long-time employee of the district. Norman passed last Friday, suddenly at the mass party. So keep that family in prayer, and I'm gonna do a letter from the board.
Yeah.
She 35-year employee. She never retired technically because she went straight to working in other areas in her church and the community, making sure the kids graduated and went on to college. A great deal of gratitude to her and her family for what she's done for so many kids, and I'm sure that's they're trying to find a place to have a funeral.
It's gonna be so many people.
Her home church is probably not large enough to.
What's her home church?
First Baptist Oak.
Yeah, it's not.
No, it's not gonna be big. And all the kids who she's gotten off to college. You look at Facebook and see all the posts. It's just Dr. Hall is taking it pretty hard because she was there, and they named the guidance counselor suite after her a couple years ago.
Wow. Yeah, she's definitely had an impact. It shook the. My phone was blowing up. I know it shook the community pretty hard because it was sudden. It wasn't even. She wasn't really sick or anything. So definitely, we'll send our thoughts there, and we'll get something from the board for our condolences. Thank you for bringing that up. Anything else? Okay. Board Member Hershey. Good. Board Member Pearson. Yes. Okay.
So I received an email this morning that I need to have any submissions that our board wants to make to FSBA for the platform due by September 16th. So I was working on backtracking or some dates with Ms. Young. If in the absence of having our government affairs person on board, Ms. Young is gonna work with me on this. If you have any ideas for things that you would like for us to include or consider for the Duval submissions for FSBA platform, if you could email those to Ms. Young by September 6th. And then she and I will work through ideas that the district has, ideas that the board has, and get our submission done in time. So anything that you would like to have included for consideration for FSBA platform from Duval, please get to Ms. Young by September 6th.
And we can add that. We can talk to the staff and we can add that to the calendar and whatnot for reminders. Thank you for that. Speaking of that, do we have an update on that hiring? I know there was the applications that have come in. Do you know any of that, Dr. Green?
Through the chair, the applications are going through a screening to see who meets the qualifications of the position. Making sure they also know the salary of the position.
Yeah. But do we have an rough anticipation of when that could happen? Maybe by the September time, or
through the chair, that would be a no.
No.
Yes, I don't know.
Before the end of the year.
Yes, more of an October-ish time.
Okay.
Session doesn't start till March.
Right.
Plenty of time.
Well, I just also know if folks have been in the process and you have them in a 3-month process, they're gonna lose a lot of people too. So I just sometimes I worry about the length of some processes. But also get it. So I appreciate that. Thank you for that. Yes.
So I just wanted to ask kind of a follow-up of something Board Member Pearson said, but I also want to add to it. Is there any way, and not right now because you're busy opening school, but at some point, I do like the idea of some type of presentation on the CTE. I know that I go to there are certain monthly meetings I attend in the Arlington area and the Ocean Way area. If we could have some type of presentation on that. But then on top of that, my other question is, can we, in the past, the board had a one pager, and the one pager usually was a data and statistics piece of grad rate schools, grades, district grade, and all that kind of stuff. But I'm wondering if maybe we can move that around a little bit to include, there's a crud load of good stuff in here. And I would love, when I go to my Joyce Morgan monthly meeting where there are about 150 people every month, to be able to once a semester leave that on the table. My people will take it. Or the Rotary Club that I go to routinely, or the church Sunday school classes that I mean, I would love to have a one, but and again, kind of the one pager that used to be done. I know you know that y'all have updated and whatnot as well. But I think there's some pretty incredible stuff and in terms of the strategic plan piece that we've the chief stuff that we ought to be highlighting. And I would love to be able to hand that out when I go places, if that's possible. I know that was originally when Paula Wright was the board chair, she was the one that requested that, and it's been used over time, but I think we've got a lot of good stuff to share. And not anytime you have plenty to say grace over right now. Just, I would say whenever there's some low time, but there's really not, but when it seems appropriate to put staff to do that. But I'd like to be able to hand those out at community meetings and things I go to.
I appreciate that. Okay, anything else for governors or anything? This is like the point of the show where you like go to see if we've to fact check or make sure everything's good from the staff.
Civil service.
Yeah, that's closed now? Do we have?
The closes today, let me find my calendar, I think it
I think that's
closes
right.
today and there were 3 additional applicants.
Okay, so what we'll do is when that closes, since it's just 3, we'll get those out to everybody so they can look through those, and then the next time we meet, we'll discuss those as a group to expedite that, because we've been trying to get that going for a while. Yes.
2 additional.
2 additional, so
2, not 3.
there's 2 total.
Yes,
Let's make it easy.
Did we get anybody from value?
Yes, so the Values Adjustment Board, the person that we talked about before went through,
Who was that? I don't remember.
Dominique Cummings.
I'm not on the store.
He said,
He just
he told you that, he
So
told
we
me.
had a nice little conversation and he had gotten the email at the time that day that he
Right.
was turned down. So
Yeah.
I'm so happy to hear that.
Yeah, so they have a couple of different legal pieces he went through, and one was interpreting one of the, you have to own a business and run your business out of a commercial space for one of the roles on the Value Adjustment Board. One of them you don't have to, but one of them you have to do that. So he has a business, it's a nonprofit business, and one was like you can, one was you can't, and then finally it got ruled that he can, so he is
I'm so
legitimate,
excited.
yes. And he said that literally the same day he got that, I think you were knocking doors, so very, very interesting. So thank you for that update, and we'll make sure we get all these appointments filled. And by the time we know it, honestly, I was just talking to the board staff around our organizational meeting and things like that. We're at early voting right now for all of us know that. So just being mindful about where we are in the timeline. School's about to start next week. And then we'll get into some of those other pieces. So as we get into it, we'll get those dates on your calendar, because we'll put those dates there for folks to see and have and be ready to go. And of course, we have the One Mills started. People are starting to vote for that out and about. So if you need anything from me, I have signs to put out, things like that, we can talk about that as well. All right. I will move to adjourn. I'll move by board member Pearson, second by board member Jones. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, ayes have it, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Right on time, Dr. Green.
Thank you.
I head back over there. Next time I see you might be Monday.